Yo, what's up, stream? Um, happening? What's happening? Okay. Um, let's get the music going. Nice. All right, you guys. Chat is going to be broken for a little bit. The start of today, chat will be broken. The characters will be broken. We're going to fix it post haste. Bum 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 bum. All right, guys. I'm listening to hype music for the start of the stream for a little bit. Let me make sure that the YouTube stream is rolling. Make sure that it isn't bleeding over onto it. Yep. All right, we're all good. We're all good. YouTube's up. Twitch is rolling. Keep the music going. I'm not gonna be able to see chat for a little bit, you guys. All right, so let's get this Claude. Let's say can you add all the currently available emote actions, emote animation actions to the bar on the right? Deleted Streamlabs chat, man. Um, it's okay. Let's hurry before everybody shows up. Before everybody shows up, let's try and get this shit stood up where you guys will be able to play the characters and it'll actually look okay. Add all currently available email image check marks on the right. This the list includes cheer, dance, drink, and that's it at the moment. Make it cost 100 channel points to play each one. And put a channel point counter in the bottom right corner. All right, all right, all right. It costs 100 channel points to play each one. Put a channel point counter aligned to the left, stacked in 3. And put their cost to the right. Use the channel point icon. Let me know if we need to find it. In the bottom right corner, it's our currency at the moment. I don't know what we're going to use bits for yet. I'm going to get another Claude to figure out why the jump animations aren't playing for the Blighted Crown. Okay. Ziriat Secret. What is the software and game dev category looking like at this hour tonight? Ed? Quiet? For viewers, it's spooky, eerily quiet. I'm streaming literally at the worst times every day, but it is a very sustainable time. We'll have to figure out how to stream during prime time. All right. Yeah, chat's going to be broken for a little bit. Yo, what's up, Tuso? Yeah, chat's going to be broken, dude. So we're not going to see your chat messages on screen for a little bit. Did you watch that SpaceX video? I didn't get to finish it today. My dad sent that to me. I thought it was pretty nuts what I saw so far. I watched the first half. Fucking crazy. To counteract the flames, they have to shoot an entire Olympic swimming pool worth of water in like a second or whatever. Dude, I do not want the job that those guys have of having to take the pictures of the ship when it's coming in and they're on a 21-day ship voyage out into the middle of the Indian Ocean, dude. On that tiny little ship. I would not sign up for that, dude. That would be absolutely terrifying. The middle of the ocean. You kind of do, dude. I can't handle the ocean like that for that many days. Do you know about freaking super waves, dude? Like they found out they're real. I watched a whole video on that. Like rogue waves where they're like 100 feet tall and they just kill everything. They don't really show up in the middle of the Indian Ocean that much. They show up around the bottom of South Africa, they found out. But dude, rogue waves are real. Where the ocean's just kind of normal and then 100-foot tall wave just shows up out of nowhere. And they used to be a thing of mythology that like scientists thought was just an impossible myth of old sailors. It's freaking terrifying, dude. I just want to fuck, yeah. Wow. Really hope to live to the day BFR lands on Mars or at least the moon, but I think they plan orbital test flights soon, right? What's BFR stand for? Yeah, dude, we'll live on we'll land on Mars during our lifetime, 100%. The what I don't think will solve anytime soon though is I don't think we're gonna have like freaking like Cowboy Bebop style uh terraformed bubble cities on Mars with like grass and water and shit and like and because the biggest problem with living on Mars or being on the moon for a little bit is the gravity is not the same and your organs just get fucked up and your muscles get fucked up from the gravity being so much worse. And in theory, like you can counteract it with centrifugal force. Um, you can counteract it with some big fucking spaceship, yeah, called BFR first. Oh, nice. Is that gonna be the one after Starship or something?
Streamtunes Claude finished the task.
Boom, 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 boom. It was a code name for Starship first? Oh, okay, yeah. I thought Starship was their final like size that they were aiming for. Actually, I didn't start that Claude yet. So, could you just like, yeah, go ahead and figure out why jump. Go ahead and fix it. Where jump start and then jump loop and then jump land isn't playing anymore for her. Yo, Deep Web, what's up, dude? It's going good. Your guys' chat messages are broken because we're working on the real deal here. When you guys go to pilot the characters, what GPU did you buy? When you guys go to pilot the characters, you're gonna be able to see, like, you're gonna have way less latency. Because you'll be able to see your character and all the other characters in real time, like on this platform. And then we'll start to yeah, I did the Maple Story thing where there's a background, there's background art, but it's like blurred out, you know, a little bit, so it looks distant. I might do even less on the blur. I'm not sure yet. It's only 10%. I started with 50% blur and it was just, you couldn't tell what it was at all. Like if you look at the Maple Story levels, yeah, your guys' chat message and your characters will be working in a moment. But when it's working, we're gonna deploy the whole thing. I have to have it taken down right now to be able to mess with this. And then you're gonna be able to spend channel points to do the different animations, like the cheer, the dance, and the drink, and the eat. So all the emotes are gonna cost channel points to play them. Which, you know, you guys get channel points pretty damn quickly. So you have plenty. The other thing too is like we'll have some sort of thing for like bits eventually, like a bits menu, and then your channel points and your bits or currency is going to be down here in the bottom right. This will be like your inventory. You know, this thing's just going to keep growing like really slowly. It's going to be, you're going to have an inventory. You're going to, like I said, you're going to be able to just walk off to the edge, and there'll be like portals like Maple Story, like you press up to go through a portal, and then you'll be able to just like go out to the MMO world, you know. And when you want to come back to messing around on the stream stage, it's like literally like basically like a town or a map that you teleport back to. You know. Elemental Magic's card game. What's up? Hello, I'm Master Programmer Elemental, and I defeat AI hypers. Okay, is that your special power? Your trap card that you're activating? It's a really cool idea. Play an MMO while watching a stream. I mean, that's what you guys are kind of pushing it to. You're asking like, can I control my character? I want to control the character. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want emotes. I want different dances. And I'm like, okay, well, we're basically, this is turning into an MMO. And you know, and it's increasingly, it looks like Maple Story or something. So I'm like, you know, trying to figure it out. This is so stupid. We're fixing the jump animation state machine right now, or Claude is. She used to have a jump start, a jump loop, and a jump land, and it completely broke at some point. I don't know when it broke or why. We need to generate all of our drink animations today. This is the background that I made there. We're going to try 5% blur instead of 10 on the background. So I intentionally wanted a background like this, A, because it matches the current platform art, but also B, it is to incur it's to activate the what's called the Savannah principle, which is a design principle. If you've ever read the book on design principles, the Savannah principle is basically our minds are biologically like hardwired to be attracted to open green spaces. I think because it is correlated with safety from predators is why people like open green spaces so much. So I thought it'd be really cool if, you know, our first level in the game for the stream background is an open open green space. It's pretty interesting to see that you guys show up are showing up so consistently to stream. And I just looked, and this is the deadest hour on software and game dev. I literally stream at the exact worst time in this category with only 375 viewers. I am the worst. I am the worst streamer. I have the worst streamer timing possible for this category. But we're building a little group of you guys that know when I'm live. I went to the beach and stuff today. Like, that's what's cool about the schedule right now. I can go to the beach. I can edit videos and send out job applications. Let's make the run state the default. Start playing. Yeah, let me see if there's a way I can get. We go to Streamlabs. I'm gonna try to get the chat showing on the stream again. I'm gonna use the alternate Streamlabs chat for the stream. Actually, I think that I think the thing's working. Oh no, it's working. You guys are showing up for the chat. It's working. Okay. Weird. How is this working then? Even though the chat's running. I don't know. Whatever. For some reason, my test bed, because it owns the same socket as Chat Hub, I have to turn off the Chat Hub to be able to test this. You got an Arc B570. Are they like a good deal right now? Are the Intel GPUs working as like a good like deal? Are they pretty decent? I think it's cool if they get some momentum. I hope Intel keeps making GPUs and they don't quit. How detailed do you want to go with Pi in the game? Like full mini MMO. Bumpsy, what's up? Yo, can I plug a skill I built? Would you be open to checking it out, or rather vibe code with Luna? Maybe not right now though. I'm gonna try to get some stuff done. I just started the stream. I'm down to hear about it. I'm gonna describe what it is a little bit. You can drop the link, and I'll check it out in a minute, but just not right away. A skill is a simple enough thing that I don't mind checking that a little bit. I just don't appreciate if people show up and I don't know them and they don't hang out in my chat. They've never been in my chat before and they want to immediately plug an entire app or a game that they want me to spend time reviewing. But if they're a regular and they've been here, then totally always down to check people's stuff out. Oh, where's your Codex? Codex AI presentation.
StreamTunes Claude finished the bug fix.
It's your AI companion reads Codex messages. Oh, does it narrate them with text to speech? Oh, it's Kokoro, just like mine. Okay, I'll check it out. Let's check it out. Give your coding agent a voice. Nice. This is a very, very vibe coded page here. Little taglines. Song is loud. Giving your coding agent a voice, a codec skill that routes responses through a local Kokoro voice or. Nice, dude. So it's like the same as my thing, but how often are you were you the one that suggested that mine should play randomly yesterday? Because it just like it was spooky last night. It like listened in on something. And it listened in on something that I was saying without me meaning it to, and it was kind of spooky. And we were gonna try to add it so it does that on purpose. See the companion without pressing play. Early preview, avatar renderer. Nice, dude. This is the new Clippy, you guys. Instead of Clippy, everyone's gonna have anime girls that talk to them. You have a demo video of the oh right here. Nice. Yeah, I want to figure out how to animate my character. Sure. I have some plans and I have some thoughts on how to do it. I don't want to go the whole traditional. I'm trying to figure out how to do it with pure AI. All right, make something like this. It works, and he got it for 375 Canadian dollars after tax. Nice, dude. If we make the stream MMO blow up, it will make you rich and you can stream all day every day. Yeah, well, hopefully. I was hanging out with my friend at the beach today. I told him that I think the stream's gonna end up being about $500 this month. I need about 3,500 to pay all my bills for the month. But we're making progress. So at least the stream alone has paid for all the AI subscriptions and a little bit of my electricity, which is pretty dope. Good start, you guys. Oh, what is this song? This is crazy. Hmm. Let's go. We're getting there. Are you posting clips on Reddit often? No, what Reddit should I post it on? I just post on YouTube and that's it. And TikTok. I post on YouTube and I post on TikTok. And then I started putting them in the Discord. Start putting all of them in video sharing channel in the Discord. I was supposed to make another one today, but I didn't finish it. There's views on Reddit for the game. What Reddit did you post on? Did you post the same portrait form video, or are you posting a landscape version of the video? Right back.
Streamtunes Claude needs your input
Oh,
before
AI
it
game
continues.
dev subreddit. Hello. This is beautiful. 63,000 yo, this is sick because the normal game dev subreddit has just become such a heated cesspool of people arguing about AI shit.
Ad break incoming.
Dude, Reddit vibe coding. I haven't logged into Reddit yet on this machine. Crazy cool procedural creatures. That's pretty dope. That's crazy looking. Those are cool. Goobers. Real-time procedural dungeon generator in 3JS built with Fable 5. Yeah, I'm going to drop some shit on here. Merging an asset into another using AI. Dude, that's awesome. Was he making is he making like calls to Nano Banana or something? How's he doing this? That's how I would do it. System outputs online per grid so you can create final touch to. Do not publish this post on our game dev. Why not? I think I know why. Hobbyist indie game devs need to realize that working smart is greater than working hard. Results you got from this is incredible. Mine is racing possibilities. It's going to be a new era of game dev for sure. We're just beginning to understand the potential unlocks. Yeah, that's how I feel too. A ton of whining will ensue. True. Well, that's a pretty insane tool. I can't wait to create my little racing game and have some random guy make something similar with a couple detailed prompts and a subscription I can't afford. That's how it goes, dude. It's pay to win. Life has always been pay to win, though. 12K views here. Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah, I sneezed earlier. I muted the mic because I sneezed. AI inference being cheap. Yeah, dude. A lot of stuff's going to be generated on the fly. Barky? My gosh. That's silly. He made a cat and dog themed MMO. Okay. Oh, this guy's got sprite tools. Oh, he's doing it with green screen too. Look. High contrast chroma, colored backgrounds are essential for extracting animation. This guy did it too. Generate an idle animation and 2 others. Yeah, there's other people doing this already. Free tool release. I'm so tired of hearing like harness flex on the internet. I've got 100 agents working for me at once. It's so fast. Look at how fast it is, and they still haven't shipped anything significant. It's like, I think that's the new pitfall people run into. They get really obsessed with that. I'm optimizing the optimization and the optimization and the optimization instead of making the game. Yeah, let's make this go live. Let's get this whole thing live now. It looks good. I did try playing the animations though, and they didn't work at all in the test pub. All right, let me restart the characters. I have to eat a bunch of food today, you guys. Somehow the whole day vanished, and I didn't do anything. Yeah, Pop is creating for me 10 new B2B SaaS products each night while I sleep. We were built different. Yeah, for real. There you go. You guys got your characters back now. I much like you, man. Weeks ago, when I first started your game, you inspired me to build my games. Now I have the best games in the world for large scale and most space games featuring completely new rendering technology and other game engine, planet space effects, unlimited planets, and all. Yeah, dude, you mentioned that. Did you have a video of it? You linked a video the other day, and I did not get a chance to look at it. I want to see what it looks like. You guys think this background is too blurred or not? Let's see. Maple Story, Ludum levels. Yeah, the backgrounds in Maple Story aren't as blurred as mine is. They're just like lower detail. No, it's about the same level of blur a little bit. No, yeah, you can see more detail here. Let me try 5% blur maybe instead of 10. Can you reduce the blur on the background 5% before we deploy it to the site? I rebuilt. Now it's like 1,000 times more efficient rendering graphics than before via new rendering algorithmic technologies. What's the FPS? What's the draw time per frame?
StreamTunes Claude is asking you 2 questions.
Build it now, then deploy. Push to main auto deploys. Build it. Build it. Watch it. Build it. Release it. Release the Kraken. I gotta heat up some like nachos and stuff, you guys. I need to eat. I should have ate before the stream. I was wasting time. Land space is deep. 120 FPS at 1080 on RX 6700. I'm not sure about performance with CUDA, untested on CUDA NVIDIA. That's pretty decent. The most I hit on my terrain when it was very simple, there wasn't any trees yet. It was basically just terrain with some textures. And a sky. I was at 700 FPS, but then once I added skeletal meshes that were animated, like characters and NPCs and stuff, and you know, thousands of instances of grass blades on the screen and trees, each time it tanked it horribly down to like 60 FPS or something. And then we had to rebuild it back up. And I think now the most I can get in the open world game is about 250 with multiple NPCs and stuff on screen. But that's on my 4090 at like 2K resolution. I've seen 700 before with a 3D open world. But that was when there was nothing at all. One of the really expensive things is the skeletal meshes. Have you seen Cap open source their EVE Online engine, including the server side? CCP did? That's pretty cool. I wonder what people are going to do with it. Massive mountains and many grass blades doesn't slow down, but I haven't tested it with animated characters yet. Yeah, skeletal meshes are a pretty big puzzle. Like, even the CD Projekt Red team, the most they've got for a crowd is 300 characters in a crowd for their recent demo of what Witcher 4 is going to be like. Best Kokoro voices? I don't know the names of the Kokoro voices that are good. I just told it what I wanted. I'm like, I want, you know, high-pitched female voice to turn into an anime character. Or I told it, I want British female voice, you know? And then it auditioned them for me. Like, Claude went and found, okay, there's 10 British female voices. Here they are. I'm going to play them all in a row. And it just played them all in a row, and I don't remember their names. I just was like, the third one, number 3 is good. Use that one. That's kind of how I found it out. So you're going to have a little bit of an idea of what you're going for on your Kokoro voice. And then ask Claude to do some auditioning for you. And then just, you know, just tell it, oh, I like that one. Like, just do that. I think there's only like 55 voices, though, so it's not too hard to audition. You can just support skeleton meshes or polygons. You should be able to handle thousands of characters at the same time. Okay, how are the artists going to author the assets for that? For the animations? Is there a pickup animation for a character, or is it always generated? But yeah, dude, I want to see a video clip of what you said. It's the 120 FPS and the planets and stuff. I think you posted it recently. I just made a script that goes through all of the voices and generates with them. Okay, to audition them. I just use OmniVoice. It runs just about any GPU, 8 GB plus. Oh, cool. J2, what's up? Welcome to the Vibe and stream. Special game engine specific models. Yeah, I was gonna say because it's gonna be you're gonna have to have an entirely different authoring process then for the animations. Um, you like OmniVoice? Interesting. I haven't heard of OmniVoice. Someone else told me about Kitten text to speech recently. Kokoro only occupies about 1 GB of VRAM. It's pretty small. I'm gonna turn on my oven, some food up. All right, yo. Um, Good morning. What's up, Faceless Voice? Including on your main. Wait, you can run Kokoro on all your devices, so you use that. Yeah, it's only about a gig. Including on your ThinkPad. OmniVoice takes up about 2 GB on the Quant I have and does the best one-to-one cloning outside of 11 labs. Oh, cool. So it's good for cloning. What do you guys think of the projects that do voice.c++ to avoid Python shitty installation per voice model? I don't know. In general, you don't want to run your inference in Python. You want to make sure the inference is running in C++. What's up, Evan? Using GGML's engine. Oh, interesting. I mean, if you want to just use a whole GPU for the AI voice
StreamTunes
chain, you can
Claude
always
paused
use
to ask you
Sesame.
something.
You're Fox Detective? Oh, you switched to Fox Detective? Yeah, if you guys want to change your characters, you know, here's the portal for it. You laugh a lot. Oh, you're the laughing happy fox, yeah. He's Watson. The one with the pipe is Sherlock Holmes. The other happy laughing fox is the Watson fox. Multitron, zero UV mapping, zero standard texture generation with a 3D game, and it's just something I call game matter. It can be shaped into virtually anything with material type. Fine being designed to be the easiest way in the world to create 3D models. Zero UV mapping is a blessing. 10 hours from UV mapping. Sounds interesting. How's it going today, Troy? It's going good. I went to the beach today. My friend randomly hit me up. He's like, yo, I'm at the beach or whatever. I was like, I'll be there. He messaged me right as I woke up, and I was like, dude, I was gonna eat. I was gonna make breakfast, but instead I'm gonna go to the beach and eat there instead. So it was cool. It's good to have friends to hell and psychosis. That's what this whole stream is about. That's what this whole community is about. We're all delusional together. Ice press, yeah, it was good, dude. You're not a detective. You stole the clothes. Okay. We all don't touch grass together. It's true. I didn't touch grass. I touched sand. You cut the grass today? Oh, that's cool. My dad said he was cutting his grass today, and he went over a nest of yellow jackets, like wasp, and they attacked him. A lot of wasps back at the house I grew up at. That's why they end up in all the video games I make as an enemy type. Bro, why does my camera position getting messed up? All right, guys, I gotta keep checking on it. Your AI so close is bad. I'm in the creative zone so uncontrollably. Yeah. For Batman is Bash for choice. Yeah. Wasp or not. Fun. Back and forth, you guys. I gotta heat up food. I was messing or I was just like I don't know what I was doing. I got back home from the beach and stuff. I was vibe coding some stuff and then the time flew by and then I was like, oh crap, I'm supposed to be streaming, but I forgot to eat dinner. Gotta keep going back and forth, checking on the oven.
Ad break incoming.
Yo, thanks for the follow, Bumsy. For you, it's Red Wasp. Was the cat on the desk?
Streamtoons Claude has a question for you.
Yeah, for 2 days straight. Your time driving. A semi truck crossed Marion for 2 days straight. Sleep driving illegal hours, pulling over for a nap whenever needed. What are you like vibe coding and trucking at like just the you're like trucking and then you're vibe coding whenever you're not trucking? The code we're not working too much traffic. Yeah, for now. And then you'll get like the self-driving there'll be like the self-driving trucks that you just have to monitor one day. Din dog resub 5 months. Nice, dude. Appreciate it. We're working on these characters down here. Vibe coding them. You making a tool suite to sell to other streamers when it's done? I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do yet. I don't know what we're gonna do. We're just making cool shit and we're just trying to build up the audience, man. I'm trying to build up the YouTube channel and the Twitch channel. And that's kind of it. And I might make a tutorial soon on how to animate the characters.
Streamtoons Claude finished the task.
Like I've been doing. So I think I'm just gonna make like a tutorial. But I don't really I'm not thinking too hard about how to monetize stuff. I just am thinking about how to build our audience, you know? Build our channels, build the community of people that are vibe coding video games. I'll figure out stuff to monetize later. I'm gonna get another job in the game industry. I'm not like in a rush to scramble to try to make enough money to pay the rent, you know? You drive for work and just got your Model 3 Friday working on the best way to get updates via Whisper Flow right now. Oh, nice. Orchestrator, agent, text speech, voice text, no keyboard, no screen, no problem. Yup. I can do no keyboard right now if I want to. I don't like it though. I find myself typing half the time still sometimes for fun. But I can show off and do no keyboard if I wanted to. I've got fist to talk. Or not. I think I need to replug it. I think it's because I put my computer into sleep. Hey, Ornex. Say hi to the stream. Now it's a late Saturday night stream.
Hi stream. Orinex here, yes, Ornex is close enough trickery. A late Saturday night stream. Historically the hour when mortals make either art mistakes or both.
Name this pain Hermes Claude.
Got it, this pain is now Hermes Claude.
Tell Hermes Claude that the animations for the avatar icon on the taskbar looks like it got broken when we migrated to null voice agent. We need to take all of my operating system taskbar, like specific stuff and all that, and we can put that in another like another project or something. It doesn't need to be a part of
Hi
null
stream,
voice
it's
agent.
Orinex or next. All next, close enough for mortal speech. Pass that to Hermes Claude. Late Saturday night. Historically a dangerous hour for good
She got
decisions,
re-triggered
which is
for
why
some
it's
weird
excellent
reason.
for streaming.
She got re-triggered. I don't know why she started saying her reply from last time. It looks like it works sometimes. Tell Hermes Claude it looks like it works sometimes. This is what happens when people ask to download my tool. And I have to start making it more generalized.
Told Hermes Claude trickery.
Oh, J2, I was gonna say, yeah, my problem is my IQ drops 100 points if I have speech to text instead of typing. My problem is you have to do prompt engineering, and to do prompt engineering, you have to think about what you're saying. So even when I talk or if I type, I'm at 40 words per minute. I can type at 90 words a minute, but that's not the rate that I type at when I'm engineering a prompt. You know, I type much slower because I think carefully about not poisoning the context not giving, not giving the agent too much information or saying keywords in weird ways or orders that'll make it do bad stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna park my green screening model in a RAM for now because it's taking up a huge amount of my GPU for some reason. It's possible that my VTuber is leaking as well. Memory. He's been open since last night. To close him out. Yeah, I don't believe that. It only freed up 2 gigs of VRAM for him. Don't believe that. That looks a little more correct.
Equalizer Claude finished the fix.
Create VCU website, Vibe Coders Unite. What's the VCU website? Are the characters of the FinDog? What's up? Are the characters at the bottom of the screen a unique thing you came up with? I have not seen that anywhere else, but a lot of streamers would buy a tool that did that. Yes, they're all mine. I used AI to make them, to generate the images and animate them. But some of the characters that you see on the screen are from my own drawings in my own sketchbook as the origin point that was fed into Midjourney to get a unique output. And then one of the characters, like Trickery himself, I commissioned a real artist, like I think like $200 or something years ago to draw Trickery for me, and I fed that drawing into Midjourney as well. So that's part of the key. But no, no streamers at all can ever have these characters. These characters are specific to my world and my IP that I'm building. I'm building up like the world of Warcraft. I'm building up the world of the Noldrums, and these characters at the bottom of the screen are the Noldrums races and character types, which you can go read about them here on the About page on the Noldrums website. We got the Sneerlins. We've got the Magi. We've got the Noble Reds, Shade Shifters, the Rippers, the Sirens, Forlunks, and the Blighted Crones. Oh, and the Synthsistents, like Noli. So these character types are not for any other streamer to ever use. I mean, people can copy my ideas if they want, but I'm not giving anybody these. It's the whole point of making this community unique, and feel like a different place. I want people to feel like they're in the Noldrums when they're hanging out in my chat. They need to feel like it's a bit of escapism. I'm trying to slowly turn this main. I made a second channel, like a second Twitch channel where I just do whatever I want. But this channel we're turning into a more of like an entertainment piece. And
StreamTunes Claude needs your input before it continues.
a little bit of escapism into the Noldrum's world.
Hermes
You know what I mean?
Claude is asking you 2 questions.
Trying to keep it cohesive. J2, exactly. I'm going to create an intent parser layer for the harness. Interesting. I was trying out the image generators you can run locally. They're pretty good. Just I would have to tinker with it a lot to get to make good images. I didn't try Flux, but I'm sure it'd also be a good one to run locally. Yeah, they're decent, but I haven't found any LoRa's yet that allow me to get results out of a local image model that rival and match the style, the personalized style that I have created in Midjourney. The style profile that gives me on first try gives me stuff, like this, where it's like line art, concept art. That's the only problem I have with local models so far. I just can't get the same style. Pin Dog, right? I understand you design, but the concept of having characters walking around and showing viewer names, is that unique? No, it is a very popular. If you see like Pirate Software had this on his stream, but they were all ferrets at the bottom or whatever. He's using this. A lot of people use this. It's called Stream Avatars. It's on Steam. It's only $15. And this out of the box gives you the viewers as characters at the bottom with their names. And people can customize them like this, and they can give them weapons and hats and all this crazy stuff. And this is what I use for the last few years on my stream. But then I switched to Linux and it broke. It stopped working on Linux and it was crashing every couple hours and freezing. So I'd always threatened I thought I was going to use this program forever and then switch the characters in this program out with my own Noldrum's characters eventually. But then when I switched to Linux, it was just breaking and freezing. And I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to vibe code a replacement for it. So that's why I started making my own, is because I'm replacing it. But I'm taking it further than what's possible in this, because this has a lot of like mini games, but they're like passive. You don't actually get to play it. But for mine, we're making it where you can log in on the website. Right now, we're working on deploying this where you log in on the website and you guys are going to be able to control the characters. You can already control them right now if you want to, but the latency on the stream is like 2.5 seconds. Ouch. It says the latency on the stream is 6 seconds tonight. So the latency on the stream is so bad that even though you can control the character right now, which you can't do in Stream Avatars, this is exclusive to mine. It's kind of unplayable because it takes so long for the stream buffer to happen. So we're gonna make it right now. We're about to deploy it tonight, where you guys are able to control it, and you'll be able to see a way lower latency version of the characters here while you're controlling your guy. And you're going to have a little menu to use emotes and stuff using channel points. And eventually we're going to have some kind of thing you can use bits on. It's going to be crazy. When people donate bits, then we're going to have like, it's going to rain bits down on the stage. And then if you control your character, you can go jump and like catch a bunch of bits and stuff before other people get them. And that'll go into some kind of currency in the game and all this stuff. And I also want to make it like straight up like an MMO, like MapleStory. Like if you go to the sides, there'll be a portal, and then you press the up arrow, and then it teleports you out to other zones where you can go play the game and like grind and stuff, and level. And then the stage for the stream is just going to be like a town or like a map out of the whole bigger world that you just teleport back to when you want to go mess around and jump around and show off on the stage. You know what I mean? J2, what I was going to say about, you mentioned you got a Model 3, man, and you drive for work. Dude, the autopilot got crazy good when version 14 came out in November. I don't know if you're using the autopilot already. It's really good now. Bumsy, how many images do you have? Isn't it enough to train your own LoRa or use a harness to auto prompt? They predefine taxonomy to diversify. Basically just distill LoRa out of Midjourney with what you already have as a stub. Yeah, I probably could. I just haven't messed around with it too much yet because I'm just getting really good stuff out of Midjourney. And then when I need to do reposing of characters, I can do it with Nano Banana. Claude just automates it with Nano Banana. So like um Claude made like I had Claude take my API key for Open Router and use Nano Banana, and it just went boom, 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 and it made a version of every character, but they're holding a beer mug, and we're gonna turn this into their drinking animation today. And Nano Banana just absolutely killed it, you know. So I just like I haven't felt a need to dive into local models for anything yet. Pretty cheap. I think you could, but I'm seeing a little bit. I'm actually yeah, I think you can for sure. I think you're right. I think that's what this mood board thing is supposed to do for you in Midjourney. But this mood board gave me awful results in Midjourney. I think under the hood they're trying to take what you feed it here and turn it into a Laura. I don't know. I think that's all the personalized is. I think these are giant ass Lauras. You know, like I picked like probably 100 images for this profile. You haven't set it up doing that later day? It's mind blowing, dude. Tesla Autopilot after version 14, it's crazy. Me and my family went on a 2.5 hour road trip each way. They made me drive the whole time. I didn't do anything at all. um, I literally just sat there, and the only thing you do is like you flick up and down to go into like aggressive or normal mode on the driving when you want it to like pass somebody that's going really slow or something, or pass like a truck you don't want to get stuck behind. And then you go back to normal when you want to go back to chilling in like the right lane on a highway or something. It's pretty weird. You get like a feeling for the different AI models. Yo, thanks for the was that Fact Warrior? Thank you for the follow. Your whole income automated for $100 a month. That's awesome, dude. You get more control with local runs and less guardrails. Interesting. All right, guys, I gotta eat this whole plate of nachos. It's gonna take me a minute. I'm gonna eat them at my bar counter, I think. But I need the protein. Fried chicken nachos. I need the calories. Worked out yesterday.
Ad break incoming.
Oh, okay. That was a lot of food. Did the drinking animations work just now during the ad break? Weren't paying close enough. It didn't look like it. They were cheering animations, and the crone was eating her orbs. Okay, well that's good. Yeah, that's her eating animation. All right, we're gonna check what the status is on deploying the website. All right, let's see what's happening. 21 minutes ago. No, July 9th at 4 a.m. Today we are past July 9th. So it's not rendering. Let's check. Site is deploying. I looked in GitHub and I don't see a GitHub Actions build at all for the site. Yes, it and everything. Restart hub when you can. Day 2. Have you seen the AI integrations with the new Ableton Live beta? I have not, but I know that there was already an MCP for it for the last year that people have been able to use. Ableton under the hood is just XML files for any project file. So that's good news for AI. That makes it pretty easy for it to manipulate stuff. Wish were someone would make similar pivots instead of garbage MCP tools. Yeah, like I have my own DAW that I'm building here right now. And I have my own video editor that I'm building. I already made a fork of Kdenlive, an open source video editor, where I built my own caption tools and stuff. And then, yeah, but I'm making my own video editor because the performance is better when I'm scrubbing through the timeline than Kdenlive. I have my own way of editing caption stuff, but the point is, I built all these, and I have my own game engine. Which is what these characters are running in, and I have my own fork of Krita as well. So the point of all these forks and custom versions of every piece of software possible is, well, A, because Linux doesn't have a good alternative for some of this stuff, and then B, the AI. I have AI integrated with all of it. They're all AI native. All these pieces of software in the full stack that I need for content creation and for making video games, the AI can control and pilot and change anything in it. So I pretty much just prompt my way into a lot of stuff being edited or new projects being set up and templates being generated for videos and stuff, or for images. So yeah, like the background removal, like I literally just tell Claude when I would make new characters and stuff, I just tell like, okay, I just added these characters to the folder, we generated them mid-journey, go ahead and do all the background cleanup and stuff for them, and then export them as a PNG when you're done. And then and they'd be like, done. And then I would tell the game engine Claude, like, okay, bring all the new characters into game engine, and it all is top to bottom AI native. And I think that all software will be like that, but it's going to take about 2 years just because, they have such a big surface area of users and other projects people have made and backwards compatibility they have to take into account. It's going to take like 2 years at least, maybe 3 for major pieces of software like the entire Adobe suite, all of Unreal Engine. You mentioned Ableton. Like it's going to take them 3 years to achieve the same level of AI nativeness that anybody can vibe code right now in a couple months. So if you spend if you invest your time right now vibe coding every tool that you need to be like a built from the ground up, like AI native version, or in some cases you can fork open source like I did with Krita. If you spend all this time to build every tool you need on the computer to be AI native from the ground up, you're gonna get a competitive edge over everybody that's sitting around waiting for Adobe to fucking figure out how to do it on their software. You're gonna be behind everybody or you're gonna get an edge over everybody and be ahead of everybody by about 2 years. Right now is my prediction for putting in all this work. It's part of why I've kind of been delaying trying to get a job as well and stuff. It's like I need to build all these tools right now and build this like foundation, super helpful because it just compounds over time. I've never been a fan of MCP. The only way to get actual results in my experience is native tools and harness built to top it or in line with the existing hardware. Nice. What I'm right now is a fork native Godot agent harness. Nice. Yeah, MCP is very token inefficient. It's super token hungry and it's slow too. MCP is just a clunky, shitty Band-Aid right now. It's a Band-Aid bridge that was created to bridge legacy software to the way AI works. When the truth is, a lot of the software needs to be completely restructured. Non-deterministic. That's true. Valid point. But yeah, like one example, that's why Unreal is getting rid of blueprints and stuff, because one clear example is blueprints and all the game data and stuff in Unreal, like and animation blueprints, everything in my game engine is just minified JSON. Every single piece of data in my game engine is represented internally as just JSON. Specifically minified JSON. I compared JSON, the engine was written in Zig. I compared 2 other Zig object notation scripts that there is, like Ziggy, I think is one, and I forgot what the other one was. And I compared TOML, I compared YAML, and I ran a token size analysis on all of my game data currently in my biggest game project. And JSON, minified JSON specifically, is the winner as being the most token efficient way for doing the game object representation. And part of that is because
Claude finished the bug fix.
What I discovered with Claude, JSON beat out YAML by a decent amount, like 6% or something. Minified JSON, minified specifically. So Claude told me that the way that the Claude model is set up to parse the tokens for JSON, it groups together like, I think like a bracket and a comma or something like that, but there's a lot of, and like colon and a bracket. So there's a lot of weird like token optimizations with Claude specifically on JSON is what it told me. It's like in one of the Zig based notations, it's like this one would have one, but in Claude, this bracket plus comma or whatever it was in JSON, that this pattern that appears frequently is actually treated as one token, but that same operation, that same notation in one of the Zig ones that I had is it's actually split in half and it's treated as 2 tokens instead of 1 for the model. The Claude is actually like really heavily JSON pilled is what I discovered from that comparison. I can find it because it's one of my like principal level like engineer friends that told me to look into YAML, do a comparison, and I did it out of curiosity from his recommendation. And I sent him the results that I got from Claude, and he was like, "Oh, it's interesting to know that now that Claude is JSON pilled." Where's my chat with him? By the way, you guys, anybody that's new here in the stream, I do stream without music on the YouTube channel. If you, for some reason, feel like listening to the stream but no music and you just want to hear the yap, and see the video feed of the chat and all that stuff, you know, you can just tune in on the YouTube version. And I always keep it that way every time. And people seem to like it. They'll have both open pretty often, is what I've been told, and they'll just flip flop between the music or the no music version of the stream, depending on how they're feeling, what vibe they're on. Bro, where's my chat with? Oh, there it is. Yeah, here's the Claude. Here's the Claude token comparison. So in my game currently, oh yeah, we have about 150K lines of JSON code for game data. It said pretty JSON currently on disk, 90,000 tokens. Minified JSON, 60,000 tokens. YAML flow style, 63,792 tokens, plus 6.5%. So over minified JSON is still pretty minimal. It's like a negligible amount. TOML, 76,304, plus 27% over minified JSON. YAML block style, 78,000 tokens. So minified JSON specifically, it edged out YAML flow style a little bit here. And then that same friend of mine, he asked me to look into the Zig based object notation languages. So we looked into that. I'll see what that looks like for comparison. So the Zig based ones we compared it to were Zon and Ziggy. And they have some cool quirks to them apparently that do make them usually a very efficient way of doing stuff. So here's our minified JSON, 190,000 bytes, 59,892 tokens. Minified Zon, 188,000 bytes. So Zon does some cool tricks, and it actually ends up being fewer bytes on disk than minified JSON. But then the token count is 12% higher than the minified JSON. And we'll go into, Claude has the explanation for that below. And it has to do with the way that they built token ingestion into Claude. Ziggy map form, same as JSON. So I don't know exactly how Ziggy works, but I guess it's identical. So it said the key finding of bytes not equals tokens. So Zon is smaller in disk, but it's 12% more expensive in tokens. Here's the story. BPE tokenizers, CL100K and Claudes are similar, are trained on enormous amounts of JSON. Specifically, JSON is what they're trained on a lot on. So it shows right here, key, colon, and comma collapse into a handful of well-worn merged tokens. Zon's dot curly brace opener and the leading dot on every single field dot display name equal are sequences the tokenizer hasn't internalized, so it splits them into more pieces. You save bytes, but you pay in token fragmentation for feeding data to a model. That's a straight loss. So a lot of the models are basically like JSON pilled at the moment. So somebody could change this. This could change in the future, but it's just the way it is currently right now. Is they are very hyper optimized for JSON. Clip that.
Clip saved. Grab the last few minutes up to 1 hour 55 minutes 48 seconds in. Building the short in the background.
That'll be a good clip. Yeah, see, that's another, the AI native thing with the video editor. Oh, yeah, let me turn off the camera background. That's another, like, AI, something I got from the AI native video editor situation. I can clip stuff live, and it builds the whole project scaffold for me while I'm live in the background. Then when I'm done with the stream, it's just already there, ready for a little bit of editing. Long arm, what's up, dude? J2, I had a theory that my harness could save costs and tokens by having my memory system stored in Japanese kanji to break down complex concepts into fewer characters. Turns out 80% of labs tokenizers are optimized for English, so fewer characters actually cost more. Interesting finding. It sounds like similar to this. It's English pilled. It's English pilled and it's JSON pilled is what we're learning. So it's important to know these things, is what are the inherent biases in the model, if you're worried about token efficiency. Yeah, the checkpoints and APIs are JSON in the local models too, the ones I was using at least. Well, there you go. Yo, Celtics Legion, thanks for the follow, dude. We're at 4 out of 10 followers today. 1 out of 5 subs. Appreciate it. Couple announcements for the new people here. If you want to customize if you want to swap what character you have at the bottom of the screen, you can do so here. If you want to watch the stream, but you don't want my music because you hate my music, or you want to listen to your own music for some reason, and you just want like a co-working vibe, you can tune in on the YouTube version of the stream. I'm always live on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, and the YouTube one always has no music to give people the option, and B, so that I have zero risk of copyright strikes over there, because it is brutal. They're ruthless. You're convinced now there's a huge model performance leap in capabilities hiding in a more optimized tokenizer. You think so? Whoa. Your character's freaking out, Max. Is that what happens when you jump with that character? I haven't tried jumping with him yet. He was getting big. He was turning a big boy when you were running. Psycho's in, what's up? If you want to jump, then you have to go to the pilot website. Do I have a command for pilot yet? I do not. Let's go. Here you go. Oh no, why is there a bunch of characters on the inside? Oh, weird. It took them a little while to. Okay. All right, the spectator audience assumed their position, just took a minute. You guys could use the power up redeem with your channel points if you want to get an unfair advantage over somebody. Nice. Nice. Yeah, if you guys want to try controlling your characters, you can go here. We're working on improving it though. The stream has 5 seconds of latency. So it's not that fun to control your character over there yet. I will fix it. We're working on fixing it tonight. That's one of the goals. Oh, Power Up works for you as a mod. It's usually in the redeem menu. You need some dot skills. We're going to this is going to slowly turn into like more of an MMO. It's going to turn into like basically Nuldrum's Maple Story. There's 4 levels to the power-ups, Max. You can stack it 4 times and it doubles your guy in size at 4x stacks. You get double health. It's 25% health, 25% damage, and 25% increase in your character size per stack. And it stacks up to 4x. It lasts for 2 minutes. Dude, what is causing him to get so big? Is that the prone stance on him? I think the prone stance on Magi 1 is causing him to scale up like crazy for some weird reason. Oh my god. Oh, look, the dodge animation works. Oh, he crit you for 88. That's almost like a one-shot. You're the king of the castle? For sure, dude. Each stack refreshes the buff, so if you just keep you want to stay massive just every 2 minutes, you got to refresh it. I think it'll keep it at the 4 stack. Character hasn't updated or no? It should update. As soon as you send a message, it should update. Should update? Psycho's in. You have to use the redeem menu in the Twitch chat. The channel point redeem menu to power your guy up. Yeah, there you go. That's how we're going to let you guys do emotes with them, too. Oh, J2 sidebar. I fell in love with this Batoman showdown game, and now I think I have time to build an auto battle or do it. Celtics Legion, is there any skills, plugins, or system prompts you would recommend for vibe coding with Claude Code or any harness to efficiently vibe code with token usage and code correctness in mind? I am not a good person to ask that exactly. I just use Claude Code. And actually that's not true. I have one plugin I use. I use Graphify. Graphify is efficient, but there are many
Hard break incoming.
There are many versions of this concept. Graphify isn't the only plugin to use for this. But this one's really good. Graphify makes a graph out of your code base. And what making a weighted graph with edges and stuff does is it makes it more token efficient and it gives it more awareness of overlapping. Like it stops the AI from it stops the AI from making overlapping functions that already exist as often. So I just use the Graphify plugin, but there's a lot of people that have built this same concept into a plugin, but look for a plugin that roughly does this, that turns your code base into a graph representation, as opposed to just letting the AI blindly grep stuff. So that's the only suggestion I have. I did try using Caveman to cut down on tokens, and that it was a little bit frustrating. It constantly boots itself out of Caveman mode in order to, if you ask it to do anything complex, it's like, I can't be in Caveman mode. You've asked me to do something that's too difficult. So I gave up on Caveman, but Graphify is the only plugin I use. People get really nerdy and they get really into what you're talking about with like having a crazy custom harness and worrying about code correctness and all this stuff. But I just kind of vibe. I have a lot of skills for my skills are mainly for preloading stuff into context. One skill you do need is for end-to-end testing. You need to make a skill that tells Claude, like, okay, this bug is still going on. Boot the app up yourself, run the test yourself, check if the bug's still happening yourself, then shut it down, then check the logs, then try to make a fix, and then iterate on loop until you fix the bug. So you need to make some kind of Claude skill for end-to-end testing. You guys are, I think we're barely going to survive this wave here. Looks like about half of our viewers died. Nice. Anthropic charge extra if you use harnesses. No, not anymore, I don't think. They changed their stance on the dash P thing. You got attacked in the middle of the duel? Yeah, how did that interaction work out? I just saw that happen. Did anything bug out? You're about to lose? Nice. Claude HP is still going strong for custom harnesses. Anything like
Claude paused to ask you something.
Hermes or OpenClaw is easily detected, though. Saved by enemy invasion. Yeah. One of our viewers had a good plugin that he made. Was it? Where did I bookmark it? One of our viewers made a plugin for Claude as well, or for any AI that does the graphing of a repo thing, or does a graphing of a code base thing. He said he tested it on a 5 million line of code base. And it works pretty well. I haven't tried it yet. Context Graph Agent. This guy's a software engineer at Microsoft. He's been hanging out in the chat pretty often. He made this cool one. He made a graph plugin. Indexes, repository symbols, calls, imports into a database. Interesting. Yeah, so there's a lot of plugins out there that do that graph concept in general, and that's the kind of the only thing I feel like is a necessity. Otherwise, AI recreates the same function multiple times pretty often, and it has like very little awareness of your project base. I went to Fighting the Wave and it interrupted the duel, which is pretty cool. That is an interesting thing. YTDLP is goated. You might have been the one that linked it. That was the wrong repo, but yeah, I heard that one's cool too. For that's for downloading YouTube videos. It's Codex only and Windows. Won't run on Linux yet. Oh, never mind. Wasn't me. I just added a Chrome plugin to find your bookmarks like a Google search. It saved my life. You just added a Chrome to find your bookmarks like a Google search. Oh, that's a cool one. I'll download that. So far, the Chrome plugins I've needed is stopping the YouTube continue prompt from popping up because that thing drives me crazy. And I made my own. I don't know if you guys ever have this problem. I had to make a plugin for Chrome where if you go to YouTube, if any of you guys have this problem, I can link my GitHub repo for the plugin. It's not an actual extension. You have to turn on developer mode to install it. But I have this problem. I have multiple YouTube accounts that I have to switch between pretty often, right? My personal one and then the one for the stream. And if you go to switch account on YouTube by default and you misclick and you click sign out, it blows up. It logs out of all of your Gmail accounts. And I have like 7 Gmail accounts. It no questions asked. It'll instantly log out of all of your Gmail accounts, all of your YouTube account. You've done that. Well, if you want this plugin, can you link? Yeah, go ahead and link that extension, dude. I'll download it right now. Oh, having a search bar for your bookmarks, that sounds super useful. But I made this plugin. If any of you guys want this, as well, when I click sign out, and now, where'd it go? Hello? Oh, JK, it doesn't work. What? I must have broke it. Anyways, I got a confirmation prompt showing up. When I click sign out, it comes up with a confirmation prompt. It says yes or no. Do you actually want to sign out? I honestly prefer that it's broken right now and it doesn't even work. That's weird. Huh. Anyways, that's the random Chrome extension I needed. Starry AI bookmark search. Let's go. Oh, is this like mine where I have to download the repo and then I'm gonna have to install it through developer mode? I'm gonna bookmark it for later then. Celtics. I currently use the Ponytail plugin to cut down on token usage while vibe coding, but I will look into something like Graphify. Yeah. Like I said, like Graphify on its own isn't. I don't know if it's I'm just saying it. I don't know if it's the best one, but it's just the one I use. But I've seen many, many, many people have implemented the exact same concept. Graphify got passed around on like the Claude subreddit is how it got some notoriety and how I heard about it months ago. It says relaunch the engine. Demo gods, yeah. J2, I built an SQL communication layer so that Hermes can call on Claude and Gemini models for certain things with two-way communication. Interesting. Yeah, I just made it so it's pending on store. Have the zip release though. Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, if you guys notice, we're not really token maxing too hard tonight. Kind of just it's just a chill stream. It's just the community time. I think we'll mainly try to get we're gonna get the character piloting working better.
Streamtunes Claude's done with the task.
I thought the Magi 1 prone final was him sitting down. I think Fable for me on the $100 Claude plan right now instead of the 200. I think Fable's a waste of token. I think it's super token inefficient for what I'm trying to accomplish. It it taps out my session like an hour and a half into a 5 hour session and essentially gets the same amount of work done as Opus does for me. I think Fable is good for greenfield, brand new project, massive piece of software that you're creating for the first time, and you want to plan it. You want to plan your whole tech stack. You want to map out like what the code base should be shaped like. That's why I think you use Fable. Um, I think for just grinding a bunch of workout and doing a bunch of bug fixes and adding features and stuff just nonstop for 5 hours on Opus 4.8 is just you get way more work done with way fewer token burn on the subscription plans, you know? That's why I don't use Fable. It feels like a waste. And you just barely get like it's like barely a bump in intelligence. It's like maybe like an
Hermes
8%
Claude paused to ask you
bump in
something.
intelligence, like 8 to 10% for 5xing the speed that your tokens get used is what it feels like. It's hard with even with the 200, it burns so much. Interesting. J2, I've got 5.6 Soul currently tearing through all of the spec plus implementation plans I built with Fable before it goes away today. It has to be an orchestrator and constantly spin up open sub agents to do all the work. Only reasonable way in my experience. Yeah, that makes sense. It does not make sense as the driver for everything. Max, I see you're messing with your character again. You will be able to uh it'll look a lot better in just a minute. We got this deploy happening. Once this website build is done, you guys, then we'll be able to see the characters on the pilot screen. It'll start to feel like the beginning of an MMO. Odd. Hey, we had a um Fable is goaded for spec plus plan plus project agent rules. Do those on extra high, then switch to Fable low to orchestrate and have GPT 5.6 or Grok 4.5 models implement. Interesting. They're taking soul away. My boy do. Chem warfare, psychological warfare. I think he's talking about Fable. Yeah, he's talking about Fable because Fable's scheduled to go away. Hey, Magi 1 was supposed to be sitting down for his thing. So can you figure out how to get him to sit down? Use his sit down prone, but fill up the right amount of space. Have you used your ready if able orchestrator? I'll be right back.
Hermes Claude paused to ask you something. Animations Claude has your answer.
The cat's head is invisible. What's going on in the chat? Abe Singer spent building a spec implementation plan. Table babysit. Nice. Project goals change over time. Lots of skill. Adapting spec over time. One-shot token maxing culture is way louder than boring plan writing. Yeah, the one-shot culture is kind of an interesting, funny thing that's come about from the vibe coding scene. I don't get the one-shot flexes. It's like, cool, like you're not demonstrating anything you can do. You're just demonstrating what the engineers accomplished working at the AI companies. Basically. Like, so I guess it's good. It's a good benchmark. It's like you're benchmarking stuff. But benchmarking's not that exciting. I don't get the hype. I don't know. I did see somebody's one-shot Rocket League attempt. That was pretty cool from Fable. You guys see any benefits of Fable 5 compared to Claude? You mean compared to Obis? Well, that's what they're talking about right now is that it's Fable 5 is generally better for like planning or orchestration and like high level stuff, but the rate it burns through your tokens does not justify um doesn't justify his we're trying to do a deploy of the website right now to update the control portal for the characters. Um Let me test something real quick. Hey, rubber band like box dragging does not allow me to select the captions. I'm trying to like rubber band box drag all of the captions and like delete them right now and then regenerate them for testing how the tools are working. Okay.
Animations Claude finished the bug fix.
Let's do our first little test run here and getting the drinking animation.
Ad break incoming. Hermes Claude finished the bug fix.
Battle time. We're gonna add some more creature types, you guys. We gotta slowly add a lot more enemies. Summon Game Dad, what's up, dude? J2, thanks for the follow, man. Thank you. 5 followers so far tonight. It's W, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for being such an active participant in the conversation in the chat. This little vibe coding corner of the internet. Slightly more game dev leaning vibe coding going on here, but it's all vibe coding nonetheless. Use deep research on. Hi, bro. What's up? Beast Gaming, YouTube 10. What's up, dude? J2, use deep research on the web version of what you're trying to build. Take that and have it build a detailed plan inside of Claude Code on X high reasoning using the research. Then start a new session with Fable 5 low reasoning to have lower class models build. And clean out your watch later list on YouTube and come back to work done. True. What is that? Harley. There's this one name color of navy blue. It's hard for me to read the names. Charlie
Claude
T.
finished looking into it.
Analista. The lore? What lore? What are you talking about? I am using lore for some of my repos. Peace Gaming, what's up? Welcome on the YouTube stream. Just a heads up for all the new people here. The Twitch stream has music. The YouTube stream does not. So pick your adventure. Choose your own adventure. Whichever one you want. YouTube needs to do something about how aggressive their copyright strike is. They need to let people like just buy music. You know? To be able to use. Great stream. I wait for phase 4 of 31 to finish on this Godot harness. Nice, dude. That'd be cool. All right, guys, the new website portal is live. I'm going to restart the characters at the bottom of the screen. Which also includes my webcam.
Video Claude finished looking into it.
Another thing I noticed is that when a duel starts, all the characters start jumping around and stuff, like they're celebrating, like as if a duel had ended already. Instead of just assuming their places to spectate it. We're still early into the stream, you guys. Well, we're halfway. We're halfway through the stream. It's midnight my time now. Europe is starting to wake up. Sometimes we catch a crazy raid at this hour or in the next an hour or two from now. Times not. We'll see what happens. Time to sleep. About 4 in the morning, 4 a.m. until noon. Yeah, last weekend I was staying up till 7 a.m. and I'm stopping doing that now. But we're trying to have a rigid schedule for the stream. Yeah. I'm gonna edit a YouTube video this week, you guys, explaining the green screen sprite animation methodology. So keep your eyes peeled for that.
Animations, Claude finished the task.
I'll post it in the Discord. We're gonna try to post 3 more YouTube shorts this week as well. Mike muted? Oh, thanks. I need some kind of warning on the screen. I have to mute myself every time I sneeze. Anthropic got me hooked on vibe coding crack. Paying for them to 5x the prices soon. They're not going to 5x the prices. I've said this before, but token cost came down 1,000x in the last 3 years alone. And it's very reasonable to believe that that trend is going to continue through a combination of both algorithmic improvements and massive hardware improvements. Some things on the horizon is like just this spring, Google released 3 algorithmic improvements to make tokens cheaper. One of them was like Turbo Quant. And then the massive hardware leap that is coming up very soon is models being baked into the silicon into chips. So one example is the ChatJimmy.ai with the Talus chip, but that one's a little kind of small model. So ChatJimmy.ai. So this one we can watch. It will go, we say, give me A star pathfinding algorithm written in assembly. We go, boom, 13,700 tokens per second instant. But this is only an 8 billion parameter model. They're trying to have this chip work with a frontier model by the end of the year, but there's somebody that already beat them to market, and it's called Etched. They're not claiming speeds as high as ChatJimmy, but they built inference clusters already, and they're shipping their first racks this summer. Low voltage inference, and they have it working with frontier models already, and I think it's like a 10x improvement. So in token efficiency for cheap, it's gonna be cheaper basically. So they've priced, if you get $4,000 worth of API calls for a $200 Claude plan right now, then in 3 years, if token costs come down 1,000x, they're actually making profit. If they're selling you about the same amount of compute in 3 years from now for $200 as we're getting today. So I think they've actually priced it in such a way that we're all going to get used to this $100, $200 price point for a subscription, and that we're all going to be expecting it, and they are actually going to be able to be making a profit off of that subscription price in the future is kind of how I think they've structured it. Clip that. God.
No clip available, Trickery. The review player isn't running.
Piece of shit. This thing's broken right now. That's something I've talked about in the stream like 100 times. I've never made a clip out of it. So I thought that was a good opportunity to make a clip out of it. But apparently not. My Hermes agent is broken because somebody asked me if they could get my voice agent as a tool for themselves. And so in the process of me trying to make it work for everybody, it broke the way it's working for me, where it's very tightly integrated with my whole taskbar and everything. And that's why I don't distribute anything that I make. Just massive time sink to make stuff for other people instead of yourself. That's why I only want to give people the ideas, not the actual code that I've just vibed, you know? J2, the built-in weight hardware is insane. We're gonna be in the console wars for AI. Yeah. My big tinfoil hat makes me believe that this is the exact reason we're seeing heavy regulations popping up on 3D printing and CNC machines. Wait, why? Why is there regulations on 3D printing and CNC machines? 3D printing, I can maybe understand some of the fears because, like, I don't know, dude. They don't want people to make guns out of plastic, but it's like you can't do much about that. I don't know.
Yeah, trickery, that is exactly the curse of, I'll just make it usable for other people. Suddenly your glorious little goblin tool has to survive reality. And the 3D printing / CNC regulation thing is mostly because they turn digital files into physical capability. Gun parts, suppressors, restricted components, drone bits, LARC tools, medical parts, copyrighted designs, all the boring model panic categories. Same pattern as AI hardware. Once a tool can manufacture power, governments stop treating it like a hobby toy.
Oh, they did a dance a little bit, and then they stopped. What's up, Shawnee B? Thanks for the raid, dude. What were you working on, man? Let me see if I can give you a shout out. I don't know if this will work. See if shout out works from my console. It doesn't work from my little console. Guys, Shawnee B is making a really cool, trippy Unreal game. You're like walking upside down in rooms and stuff. / shout out Shawnee B. There you go. Oh, it's loud. I was trying to find a moment that shows your one of your levels in one of your recent streams to show the stream. I don't see one in here. It looks like you're doing some grindy stuff. Oh, maybe here's some aesthetics. I made a tool to validate my level designs. It checks if stuff is inbounds, if the spawns and the settings are there, etc. Getting real close to making the dungeon generate. Oh, generation algorithm. I didn't know it was going to be procedural for your game. That's pretty cool. Atom hardware manufacturing less so for 3D printing currently, but the CNC regulations are outrageous. Yeah, why would you regulate CNC? It's just cutting metal. How do you even regulate that? That's stupid. Like people can just build their own CNC machines too. So I don't know when I last demoed the gameplay. Oh, okay. It looks like there's a moment here somewhere. Like I'm close. Oh, there we go. Here you go. Here you go, you guys. This is what Shawnee B's Unreal Engine game looks like that he's making right now. It's like turn-based mixed with Dark Souls. And he do some trippy, like walking around on the ceilings and the walls and stuff kind of vibes. Dude, yeah, this is looking cool with that control scheme. Interesting. I'm starting to see the vision now. Yeah, this is sick, dude. Because when I first started seeing your streams, you were just stuck in like tech art land. This is my first time really seeing the gameplay. Sweet, dude. Nice. All right, guys, let's see how this looks now. Oh. Okay, I think the nameplates are missing. Okay, the nameplates are missing. A lot of characters are just frozen in place. We have a Claude running on the server. Is there something that Claude can check to try to help figure out what's going on here? Okay, the taskbar voice agent, it's in some weird, like, the taskbar is in a weird broken state now. My little hexagon for when I'm talking keeps flickering the whole time while I'm talking instead of staying with the animation to show that it's recording. And then if I left click on the avatar portrait, it does not toggle the Hermes push to talk mode. I don't think left clicking on the hexagon is toggling it either. And the animation is missing for like processing when I'm done talking. Dude, this thing broke the shit out of my voice agent app on the taskbar. The process of trying to separate it because people wanted my voice. I'm not making anything for anybody anymore. There's like this extra layer of work to take something you've built through vibe coding and then package it in a way that 100 other people can just pick it up and like use it, and that extra effort is not worth it at all unless it's literally the only main thing that you're trying to work on, which in my case is these characters. um Prepping anything for these start, yeah. Yeah, so that's why everybody keeps telling me to monetize or release or open source all kinds of random pieces of stuff I built on this stream that they want. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do any of that. Um, because it's extra effort, tension. Um, the vibe is good. Yeah, the vibe on Shiny Bee's game is pretty cool. Fire gameplay idea is cool. So many dope solo devs actually bringing new gameplay mechanics to life. Yeah, the space between real time and turn based is kind of one of the only frontiers left to bring some cool stuff uh into existence that hasn't been done before. Prepping anything for release, sorry, yeah. I'm sure my custom tools would financially free me if I'm not about maintaining what's not mine. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like that's what people don't understand. Like even if you open source something and you post it somewhere, you give it to people, they're gonna like try to do pull requests or they're gonna ping you or bother you about it. But it's like you gotta pick your battles. What do you want to be a product that you are now responsible for maintaining for other users, right? And in my case, I only want my video games and the launcher that I made that people use to download said video games. I literally want those to be the only things that I'm responsible for maintaining that other people are going to use. You know what I mean? And this stream game, but this is a game. This is a game, so it's okay. It's a game. Yeah, yo, Shawnee B. I don't know if you've seen these characters, dude. This is all AI. There's this subreddit that someone showed us today called AI Game Dev, and somebody else on there posted they figured out the same methodology. We were looking through this subreddit earlier today. AI game dev. Somebody figured this out. Apply armor to characters or pixel art characters, which is cool. Yeah, so I saw somebody else on here also was doing green screen sprites when we really dug down deep. Where was it? This looks sick. The CRT warp on the bench. I don't know where it went. Somebody, oh, here it is. Somebody else is doing the green screen as well. Oh my god, what is that prompt, dude? Holy crap. Did you guys see how long that dude's prompt was? This is like a whole ass Wikipedia entry. What? Hang on. This is just for a green screen animation. Young female tribal shaman, nature mage character, shown in a clear west-facing. They had to say the word west? They couldn't just say left. West-facing side view with a clean, readable silhouette and proportions faithful to the reference image. She has a warm, medium brown skin tone, a soft, friendly face, large, expressive brown eyes, and a calm, confident expression. Dude, maybe it's because
Hermes Claude's done with the fix.
He's using Google Omni Flash. What in the world, dude? That is crazy. That's not what we have at all for Kling. Wow, way less. Oh my god, what's happening? So all the drinking animations for the character, sometimes I tune into your stream for a few minutes to cultivate a feeling of classical awe. I saw you processing one of these animations before. It's pretty impressive. Thanks, man. Yeah, I've got it structured now. It's a whole automated process. Claude has some skills for it specifically. There's a lot of weird stuff that the video thing will do that Claude has to counteract. Like sometimes it duplicates a bunch of frames and the animation will look like stuttery. And it'll remove the duplicate frames, but then it has to do tweens using some sort of FFmpeg thing, actually. It's not an AI model, but some other thing. So we have a whole process for tweening. We have a process for reposing using Nano Banana. That's how we got all these drinking sprites here for them, is using Nano Banana and some Claude skill for doing reposes. And yeah, this is our battles on the ad breaks. Battle. Fighting the ad gremlins. Played Control game or don't mind spoiler gameplay. Is it a similar kind of genre of game? Have you tried Blender MCP? I think long-term getting the characters generated into 3D models with a tool to create animations would save a lot of generation time. Generated into 3D models? What way? It wouldn't look the same if they're 3D versus 2D sprites. You're gonna get a different aesthetic. Same thing with like 3D anime versus 2D anime. Eventually, I will have 3D versions of the characters, but yeah, I haven't used the Blender MCP yet. I think I will one day. This is very laggy. This is still not super playable. We need this to be client predictive and server authoritative. Convert to the 2D sprite sheet afterwards. That's another way, but I still feel like you're talking about the characters being turned into 3D models, right? Like you're going to get a very different aesthetic. And at that point, if they're 3D models, I would just make a 3D game. But I don't want these characters to ever be 3D because I can handle 1,000 of them on screen right now because they're sprites, and I won't be able to do that if I make them 3D. So but I know what you're saying is making a sprite sheet. You're not talking about them actually being 3D. I was just mentioning that I don't want them to be. But one day we'll make the MMO. When I make the MMO, they're going to be 3D. For sure. Okay, what happens if I do the dance animation? Yeah, you guys can control the characters here. This is what we're working on improving right now. So before tonight, there was only a controller and you're dealing with 6 seconds of latency on my stream. So if you do any actions with controlling the character or through the web portal, it's going to take 6 seconds before you see it actually play out on screen. So what we're working on fixing tonight is we're trying to turn it into basically like kind of like a Maple Story MMO in a way, where instead now you guys get in the web browser, if you go to the control screen, you get a client and you can see stuff play out when you're controlling it in like real time here instead of waiting 6 full seconds to see your guy do something on my stream. So we're gonna try to fix that. This is really choppy and shitty, but this is the first time we got this working. So basically, my local computer is the authoritative server of the simulation, but there's like no client side prediction happening in your web browser yet. To smooth out what the choppiness we're seeing. What we're seeing is literally like the speed at which the updates are being received into the server from my local computer, broadcasting the position updates. We got to smooth this out next, and we need to get the nameplates working again the exact same way inside the browser as they do in the engine. And what we're going to do is, this is your channel points in the bottom right. This should be pulling your channel points. I should have more than 1,000. Let's see if this works. Yeah, okay, I got my guy to cheer. Let's see if I can trigger a little dance. The dance didn't work. What happens if I do drink? My drink didn't do anything, but it just drained my channel points. Let me check. Let me make sure cheer works again. Maybe it's just nothing works after the first one that you trigger. No, okay, it's working in the live. Okay, it's working in the live game. It just isn't working in the browser here.
Hermes Claude has 2 questions for you.
Hell yeah. "3D models just for reference, the image comes out with better character consistency and better control of new animations." I think at the end of the day, if you're gonna agonize that much over, if I really cared a lot about having super precision control in every animation, like, do things the real way. You know what I mean? I would just do things the real way at that point and not be trying to AI generate everything. Like the goal is that if we grow the Nuldrums enough in this channel, that I do pay like real artists to replace everything, you know? Because when you have a real like Photoshop file, of these characters, and it's all split up into layers correctly for the upper arm and the lower arm, and then you can rig it as like a character inside of
Streamtunes Claude squash the bug.
Toon Boom or Spine. Spine is really what I would use to animate these guys with a rig. You're just gonna get better results. Though still, I don't know. Still use the AI for maybe face expressions or something. I'm streaming, but restart Plasma Shell as much as you need. Plasma Shell does not affect the stream. Control is one of my favorite games. So fun. There's one part where music starts playing and all rooms move. Just inspiration. Game unique. It looks very good. Yeah, his game does look pretty neat. Also, if you guys want to change what character you have, go here. Image video gen, wherever I pay, trying to recreate the Arxis Anime 2.5D look. Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. That's what you get when you do that methodology is you get that anime 2.5D look, like the modern Berserk or whatever it was. I think that one had it. Get the anime 2.5D look when you have 3D characters that then you run a bunch of like shaders and post processing on top of to make them look flat. It is a specific look for sure. So far I really like the results we're getting this and the process we have. I don't know if I want the drink animations to start in the idle frame. And then I don't know. I don't know if this will look good or not. Versus looping a drinking animation when they start drinking. We can do a drink start, a drink stop, and a drink loop. We can try that. Okay, let's do one more character for the drink, and then we'll do we'll split it up just like a jump and just like a run. We'll do start, loop, and stop. You know, because I'm thinking like when it eventually is a playable game, like you might want to stop and drink and eat to like get your health and your mana back up, like WoW or something. You know. So I kind of want that flexibility of being able to make it a loop. I need to test this on probably my guy, probably Tricker would be test because drink, 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 a drink, 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 drink. Because I can spam the drink emote. I was playing the animations on my character, Trickery, and the first time I played the cheer, it looked like I think it played in the browser. It definitely played in the engine and on the
Hermes
stream.
Claude needs your input before it continues.
But all subsequent emotes that I triggered, they did not play the animation in the browser at all, but they played them on the server though. Also, I think the amount of channel points that we're fetching is some arbitrary hard-coded value of 1,000. I don't think we're actually fetching people's live channel point data when they log in with Twitch. Because I would imagine I'd have more than 1,000 points since it's my own stream. By the way, you guys, I see some new people in the chat. If you want to listen to the stream and watch it without music, you can go tune in on the YouTube version. I've split my audio up, so the YouTube stream never has music anymore, and the Twitch channel does have the music. Just FYI. We have a bunch of people that like alternating between the two. They keep both up typically. If you do tune into the YouTube stream, please give it a like. The algorithm. Got 11 gigabytes of headroom on the server. Okay. Whoa. I think we'll stay red tonight. I just wanted to. This guy said there was some frozen characters fixed, already live. No engine relaunch needed. The root cause was on the hub, not the server. Actually verified the server side is fine. The ingest endpoint returns 204. The bug, the hub state relay used global fetch and undiscipled that post behind the hub's own long-lived input SSE connection to the same origin every state post hung. Browser got exactly one snapshot, then froze. Fix the relay now post via nodes on a dedicated connection pool. Okay, whatever. We need the browser to be client predictive to smooth everything out. It looks pretty terrible right now. Guys, how do you go through portals in MapleStory? I haven't played it in so long. Does anyone remember? Do you press up arrow to go through portals in MapleStory? It's up. It is up arrow. All right, that's what we got to do. Let's make a portal game sprite. Okay, how did this turn out? Ugh. Did it give him eyeballs or some shit in this? Yeah, it gave him eyeballs. Crap. We can't do this then. We'll use this for now. We'll process it. It's gonna be our test. See what Criticlod's doing. Did he do the recolors? Who else needed a recolor on their animation? God, my cling like messed up, dude. Can't scroll. I have to go here. Okay, his animations were the wrong color. Oh, hers were the wrong color. Yeah, let's fix hers. Hey, Lady Vermilia needs her dance and her cheer to be updated on the coloring too.
Codex Rat. I'm not sure which action that maps to.
So I have a custom fork of Krita, and one of the things that I've had to get the AI to do is sometimes the animations on the sprites are colored wrong because I changed their color later. Checking what's going on with this, checking what's going
Stream
on.
Tunes Claude paused to ask you something.
Nope. I didn't see the animated hex at all while I was talking, but the purple processing showed up. Checking if this thing is animating on the hex or not. It is not.
Then the hex is sulking, trickery, definitely not animating. Check the driving layer or refresh the source. Tiny machines love failing silently.
Pass this thing. Make some logs. I also like the animation didn't even flicker or change at all on the state of the hex when I was trying to talk to Hermes. And then when I was done, the Hermes avatar animations where it lights up and is where it's bouncing up and down when it's doing the processing, and then it's supposed to light up when it's talking. And Bob, while it's talking, that still is not working at all. You didn't fix it whatsoever. Piece of shit. What is it doing? Yeah, I'm not giving away any more tools that people ask for anymore. It requires breaking stuff that I got working as you try to make things more modularized and like accessible. Twitch won't give us viewer channel point balance via API, so the emo currency can't mirror real Twitch points directly. How do you want? Ugh. That's so weird. There's no API call at all. There's no way that we can fetch people's channel point balance. And there's no way that they can trigger a redeem remotely. They have to use the click menu inside of Twitch. This thing's telling me that we can't fetch your guys' Twitch channel point balance in any way at all to populate your inventory. Doesn't make any sense. It's like really dumb. I'm shocked that Twitch wouldn't let you do that when you're trying to make like a game integration or something. It means we have to make our own currency to track. What FPS are they animated at?
Claude stopped for a clarifying question.
It's all over the place depending on if there was a bunch of duplicate frames or not. But in general, the simulation's running at 60 FPS. But yeah, some of their animations are playing at lower FPS because we needed to change the speed that they're playing at. And some of them had some extra tweens generated.
Claude wrapped up the task.
Yeah, like the lowest playing animations are playing at like 12 FPS or something for some of the ones that I had to slow down a lot. What it's saying about Twitch channel points and channel point redeems. You got to rate on both counts. Let me confirm precisely. Fetching a balance. It is impossible. There is no Twitch API endpoint to read a viewer's channel point balance, not for third parties and not even for you as the broadcaster. Twitch simply doesn't expose that number. So the counter can never show someone's real Twitch points. That's stupid. Triggering a redeem remotely. Also, no, a redemption can only be initiated by the viewer through Twitch's own channel points menu, the reward button under the stream and chat. There's no API call for that. That's insane. Option A, real Twitch points via redemptions native. You create custom rewards on Twitch. The viewer clicks it in Twitch's menu. Twitch deducts their real points and fires blah, blah, blah. This uses genuine Twitch points, but the trigger is the Twitch UI, not the pad's emote buttons. So I dropped the points cost UI from the pad. Repurpose it as just a legend. Option B, our own currency on the pad. Keep the click and emote button flow, but back the balance, the real database ledger per user, earned however you want. Instead of the hard code of 1,000, it's our currency, not Twitch, but a precision. Man, I don't know. That's annoying. So we can't remotely activate redeems, and we cannot in this portal remotely fetch the viewer channel point value on Twitch. That's just stupid. Crazy. Well, that means we can build it in a platform agnostic way if we implement our own kind of viewer currency. I might cap it though. I might call it it might be like an energy system, like in Black Desert or something. Like you sit around and you watch the stream, your energy goes up and you can use the energy for emotes, but not really for anything. Not even via the extension integration. Which extension? Like an official Twitch TV extension or 7 TV or what? I mean, we can make our own currency to solve this. Okay, well, go ahead and add the redeem. I want these all to be redeems. I want all these character emotes to be redeems in the Twitch UI. I think we will build our own currency in addition to that for people to use from the portal. But add the Twitch redeem version. We'll worry about the currency later. And then after you add the Twitch redeem versions, then we need to figure out we need to figure out how to get the browser client to be client predictive, because right now the movement and motion of the characters is super choppy. Because I assume what I'm seeing is a real-time version of the rate at which it's receiving the pushed location updates from my local computer server. Turning the game into a Twitch extension. You mean a browser extension? We thought about that. I don't like the idea of a Google Chrome and Firefox extension for this game that people have to install, because, well, I don't know if that's what you're talking about or not, but I did entertain that idea of us making a browser extension, and I decided against it because people hate installing stuff, and I wanted to reduce friction, especially when you have to tell them, like, you need to go enable developer mode and then download a zip file and then install a zip file. So a Twitch extension? What is a Twitch extension? Twitch extensions, Twitch. Like the throwing tomatoes things, extensions, Twitch developers. Let's see. Oh my God, my eyeballs. This is a flashbang for sure. Let's make it a little less egregious. Reviews for chatbot verification continue to be temporarily paused while we revise our browser reviews for extensions, developer, and gamer should resume name for patients. I have an Apple developer account. What the hell? What is a Twitch extension? Twitch extension is a web page that sits inside Twitch and communicates Twitch to provide extra functionality. A Hearthstone deck trader extension adds an interactive overlay allowing viewers to browse through the cards the streamer is using and their effects. Twitch extensions can appear in one of 3 views. Panel extension displays a box under the video. Overlay extension displays on top of the whole video as a transparent overlay. Component extension displays as part of the video, taking up part of the screen. Oh, yeah, okay. I think this is what people were saying we should have done earlier for the controls. I think you're right. I think we build this whole control panel that I'm building in the website. We make it as a Twitch extension, but I still want this website version just for the Kick users and the YouTube viewers. And we'll be able to go really crazy with this, you know, because this one's also going to be the MMO, so. Infernius, hey bro, I launched the spam solicitor detection API website I mentioned. Nice. The email spam thing. I even paid $50 to boost it on LinkedIn. Oh, you did paid advertisement on LinkedIn. Interesting. How did that go? Built into the site. like the throwing tomatoes. What about Twitch extensions? We're talking about the characters at the bottom. You can control your character at the bottom of the screen now. But we ran into an issue where I wanted people to be able to spend their Twitch channel points to activate emotes and see their balance of Twitch points over here in the bottom right. But you can't do that externally, but we can do that if we make it a Twitch extension. Apparently. That's why we were talking about it, is because I ran into this issue of like my website has no ability to know about your channel point total or spend the channel points. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, dude, that's cool. How do your LinkedIn advertisement
Hermes
campaign
Claude
go?
finished the fix.
I didn't even know you could run paid ads on LinkedIn. No Twitch API for channel points besides for Twitch extensions. Yep. Seems to be so. Boosting your LinkedIn posts. Cool. Did it work? Did you get some new users? What was the conversion rate like? It's in beta? Interesting. One link visit so far. Out of how many views? Usually conversion rate's like literally 1%. Or click through rate, CTR. It's like 1 to 5% on stuff. Pretty brutal. There you go. One link visit, 85 views. That's a little better than 1%. That's in the 1 to 5% range. So that's pretty typical. $85 LinkedIn members saw 142 impressions. Okay. That's 85 unique people seeing it. Pretty cool. Half of that 1 to 5% is usually a recruiter Boolean searching to match their ATS job listings. All LinkedIn, true. Guys, tomorrow I will stream some more kind of boring stuff. Hey, the cheer and dance got recolored on Lady Vermilia, Noble Red 1, and all 4 sirens. I think you just did the sirens though, but take care of Noble Red 1 and Lady Vermilia. All right, let me see if Trickery changes colors when he dances. Yeah, he does. His dance is a little bit off. Did we re-export the dance and the cheer for Trickery? I think those weren't colored correctly either. Testing 1, 2, 3.
I hear you, trickery, clean as a bell. Well, a bell with suspiciously good diction.
Testing this 1, 2. Testing 1. Okay, it looks like everything's working. The one thing that's missing is when I left click the avatar, it doesn't play the sound effect for starting recording. Also, can we add, like, when I left click the portrait or when I start the Hermes thing, we want the sound effect to play. I also want to add the hexagon needs to pulse
Animations Claude finished investigating.
in size, just like really quickly, like just scale up like 10% and then return back to normal size as it's doing its animation. And do the same with the avatar, or get the avatar to just bounce up and then down like real quick when I left click it, or if I use the hotkey to start the Hermes recording. All right, this thing says it fixed the coloring issues on the cheer and the dance animation. I'm going to restart it. Oh, there it is. All right, delete all the captions. Go here, right click, caption settings. Y margin. Try this.
Streamtunes Claude has a question for you.
Generating karaoke captions, transcribing audio. How's the software and game dev category doing tonight, you guys? Let's see where we're at now. Europe starts waking up soon. Oh, we're still only at 374 viewers. Exact same numbers when I checked earlier. Crazy.
Claude wrapped up the task.
5 code and chill. Look, this person's doing the green screen effects for a anime waifu. Catching on. I'm gonna refill my water. Oh, I just had an idea. So I'm gonna make that tutorial about how to do the sprite animations with AI for YouTube this week. Mm-mm-mm. I was thinking about selling like the exact Claude skills that I've built for processing the green screen clips. I think what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna figure out how to make like the old school like SoundCloud songs. To download a song off SoundCloud, a lot of people used a website that requires people to follow you on SoundCloud to be able to download the free track. So I might do the same thing. I might see if we can set something up where there's a link in the YouTube description where if people
Hermes Claude finished the bug fix.
where if instead of building the skills themselves to process the green screen animations, they want to just take mine. I'll have some kind of link where you click on it and you have to subscribe to the YouTube channel to be able to unlock the download. Did you? Damn, I haven't thought about SoundCloud gate links in years. Yeah, right? Yeah, what do you think about that, man? Like, people, like, it's just some Claude skills. It's not that big of a thing. But yeah, I might require them to sub to the YouTube channel and follow the Twitch channel. And then if they do those two things, it unlocks free downloads. Because that's like literally all I care about. You know, people keep trying to tell me, oh, you should monetize, you know, this thing or monetize that thing. And it's just like, I don't want to monetize anything. Let's make cool shit and let's get more YouTube subs and Twitch followers. And that's what matters more. Okay, this totally fucked up. So let's see. Hey, I deleted the captions and then I regenerated them from my talking audio track, and they're super messed up. It's generated the captions based on the original unedited full length clip, not the verbatim audio cuts that were there. And also when I hit X to close out the program, I never did save, but I should have seen a prompt pop up asking me like telling me you have uncommitted changes. Do you want to save? And it has like a save or don't save or cancel button, and cancels the operation of closing the editor and closes the prompt window out. We also need to add the title of the project in the top middle of the title bar, and it needs like the little asterisk whenever we know that the project file is dirty and there's pending changes that haven't been saved yet. Okay, what's up with our Ableton clone? Hey, on the plugin controls here, can you get rid of the text that says native plugin controls and fill up that space with the controls? And then get rid of a lot of the padding on the controls between the name of the control and then the top edge of the box that's holding it. because the text of the values is overlapping this like progress bar that you're showing. Also, for a lot of the controls, can we turn them into knobs and like dials instead of like a linear line? I don't really trust Codex to do a good job on that UI bit, but let's see if this works. Okay, do the faders actually work? No. No, it's not working at all. The fades aren't working at all in this audio clip. Or maybe it is. I think it is. It's just not fading hard enough. Okay, Trickery's Cheer and Dance just got re-exported also. They were also changing his color. After that, we need to tell it there's a drink animation. Browser is running the raw 12 hertz position pushes. This from my local machine acting as the server. I replaced the weak smoothing with proper snapshot interpolation. It buffers recent positions and renders each avatar 150 milliseconds in the past, lerping between snapshots. Motion is now smooth for everyone. It's live. One trade-off to note, interpolation adds 150 ms to your own avatar, smooth but slightly behind your input. It's exactly what client prediction solves, simulating your own avatar locally from your input and reconciling the snapshots so your control feels in so everyone else stays interpolated. That's the natural next step. It needs the pad's input
Animations Claude finished digging into it.
Wired into the renderer. Want me to build that prediction pass next? Yes. Build the prediction pass. Also, why do I have to re-auth the thing? We added the power-up redemption using our current chat hub, so the key should already be scoped correctly.
Null Sound Codex wrapped up the investigation.
Get it now. Yeah, look at our plugins. Look at this shit. Okay, our dials are having a problem. They need to start at their starting position needs to be with them straight down. And then when I go clockwise, it increases the values or something. You know, that needs to be the starting point. If the default setting that it's supposed to be right now is not actually at 0 or whatever, then it's fine that they're, you know, not pointed straight down. But the absolute lowest minimum value for each parameter needs to be with the dial pointed straight down. and then the maximum with it wrapping all the way around. Also, we're having some sort of like pole flipping like issue when I go past like halfway and it keeps resetting and snapping back. Also, you need to get rid of the padding on the right side of the dials. That is just unnecessary space being created that's causing the dial to be scrunched up over top of the labeling text. Two link visits now. Nice. W. Turn my old Complete Control MK2 keyboard into a full Stream Deck interface when Opus 4.5 dropped. Claude handles DAW, VST, and audio-related tasks surprisingly well. Nice. Yeah, MIDI controller stuff's pretty very malleable, especially for AI. That's pretty dope, dude. I was thinking about doing something similar. Like, I never bought a Stream Deck because I was gonna repurpose my Gen 1 Ableton Launchpad that I have that's just collecting dust. This thing. You know, it's literally just 64 MIDI buttons. There's no reason at all why I couldn't just turn this into my Stream Deck. It's just not as cool having little LCD screens with, you know, flashy ADHD graphics to see exactly what each button is assigned to do. But it would work. And then the other thing I have is the Nano Control too. That was my original DJing setup, was just the Nano Control 2 and the Ableton Launchpad. But I could turn those into some stream device probably as well. What was the one you said that you just said you had? Complete Control MK2. Oh, yeah, literally turn a MIDI keyboard into your stream controller. That's pretty dope. What is this song right now? We're out of the woods, it sounds like, on our drum and bass section of the playlist. Go to this dude's music. I love this dude. Good stream background music. Makes me miss. You got the push 2? Nice. What'd you do with it? Did you sell it? I think they would push 1. That was only like $100. Oh, that you're not talking about the launch pad. You're talking about push 2. You got the push 2. That's awesome. I have the push 1, dude. Dude, the push 2 is stick. Wait, why'd you sell it, dude? It's being able to lock every button into a key is just like God mode for doing improv jams. It's just absolutely stupid. Like it changed my whole life. I was like, this is like cheating. Playing around in Japanese scales and all this stuff. Yeah, I have the push 1. That's what I use for everything I've made, everything I've ever made. It's still what I use. It's what I'm going to use. It's what I use for making all the music on this site so far. And then I'm going to sound design unique ambience and music tracks for each one of the zones and the subregions. And I'm going to use my push 1 for all that. Like, just having the lock and key thing alone was the game changer. What's the 3? I didn't know they're up to 3 now. Yeah, the lock and key and just having pressure sensitivity.
Null Sound Codex wrapped up the investigation.
MK2 is peak workflow. Nice. That plus the MK2. What kind of music were you producing, dude? Hey, if I click anywhere in empty space in the timeline, not just up at the top bar, I need you
Ad
to
break incoming.
jump the playhead back to where I left click. I have a muscle memory for that from Ableton. Also, can you change the playhead line to be like a teal color? Mint color. Had I held on to it, I would have done the same for the push to get it to control FL Studio. Oh, nice. R&B, pop, and hip hop. That's pretty cool, dude. Nice, man. Oh, look, the characters are drinking. Wait, are they drinking? Yeah, they just have a still frame. They don't have their drinking loops yet, and they don't have their eating animations, but they have the cheer animations. They're partying. We got the party time for this ad break. Look at that. The party's coming to life. Now we need the eating animation. We need the drinking animation. We're going to have a dance party ad break as well. Like a disco ball is going to come down from the middle of the screen.
Null Sound Codex finished investigating.
Nice.
Streamtunes Claude squashed the bug.
I'm watching the party. It's coming to life slowly. Before they were just like wiggling and stuff. And now they're actually like jumping and for joy and shit. Like this is crazy. Bringing out a beer mug. Okay, instead of I think the keg should fade out. And then the feast table should fly off the side of the stage. It'd be kind of cool looking. Tomorrow, you guys, I'm going to get the grass to animate with a wind shader. But to do that, I have to do some hand drawing for real on the AI environment art. See what that looks like. Yeah, so I have this copy of the environment art here where we removed the foreground grass layer. And I'm going to have to literally go in and draw by hand and fill in the dirt road. I tried generating it. I tried all kinds of things to generate it, but it's all garbage. So I'm going to actually do some real art by hand on I'm going to do it on my second channel, I think tomorrow or Monday. Cuz this channel is like the hype vibe coding channel now. It's a really boring, slow, tedious work we're doing on my second channel. But so we'll do art stuff on channel number 2 tomorrow or Monday. And once I draw in this dirt path and we fill in some of the grass details here, then we're going to separate the grass on the background layer apart from the dirt road. And once we have that separated, and we already have the foreground grasses separated, right? That's how you see my hand goes between the grass layers here. That's how it's possible, is because I've already separated the foreground grass. And I had to do a lot of a very tedious erasing by hand, like this zoomed in, erasing things to the pixel level. But what we're going to do is once we have the background grass separated, the same way the foreground grass is, I'm going to vibe code some like rippling wind shaders you know, on the grass. So the grass is going to look like the wind's blowing. It's going to be really freaking sick. It's going to bring everything to life a little more. Um, Hello, good morning, evening, night. What's up, Ludo Car? Yeah, it's 1:30 a.m. for me. We're here till probably 3 to 4 a.m. Here for another 2 or 3 hours. Yeah. Nighttime for me, but this is just usually the halfway point of the stream. J2, favorite plugin for pad sounds? I made a lot of my own pad sounds. With everything, all combination, starting with Foley, starting with vocals, starting with you know, a serum patch, a face plant patch. So I would say those are some good ones. Face plant, serum, 10:30 a.m. France. Word. Well, that's what we like to catch here on the Saturday nights. Is all you guys in Europe waking up for Sunday? Because Sunday's a big day on Twitch usually. Yeah, J2. So I made pads with I made pads with Faceplant. I made pads with Serum. Iris 2 is another synth that I made a bunch of pads with. That one's really sick. It's made by Isotope. And then I would also use Granulator and make pads out of like, I made a really sick pad that I loved out of Imogen Heap vocals, an acapella of Imogen Heap. Made a bunch of crazy stuff. You ever made an Ableton producer that didn't use Faceplant? Yeah, Faceplant is sick. It started to become like the only thing I used towards the end. I basically quit producing. I was making bass music. I quit producing music in like 2020 or so, 2021. Falcon? I heard about Falcon. I didn't get into it, but I heard a lot about it. Yeah, I'll show you. Here's some of the pads I recorded. I don't know if we can find a good one here, actually. Let's see. Oh, dude, you'd like this. So in my DAW, I added a volume slider just for the sample preview. It's something I've always wanted in Ableton. It might exist in Ableton now. I'm still on version 10. I never upgraded from it. But yeah, so when you're sampling previews, you have your own. Hello? I think we froze it. Yeah, these aren't that. That one's not that cool. I'm trying to skip through it. I think we froze the whole thing. These aren't that cool. Hello? Wow, we broke the volume slider. Whole thing's frozen, dude. Fuck. There's 2 instances of it open. That might be why. Well, I'm trying to terminate it. I don't know what's going on. I was going to show you some cool pads. I'll show you later. We'll see if we can fix the UI or something. Turning on back, then I had it routed to an aux track so I didn't bleed from the ears going through samples. Yeah, exactly, dude. So that's why we vibe coded the answer to that, except it just froze. Hey, the app's frozen. Can you shut it down? I just tried terminating it several times. The only thing I was doing was I clicked around on the volume slider while we were previewing a sample, and I'm pretty sure that locked up and froze the whole UI. I think we have some new viewers here in the chat. Just letting you guys know. The stream is available without music in the background over on the YouTube channel. Just an FYI. I have this video Claude on auto. I don't know why it keeps asking for my permission on stuff. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Nope. When
Yo,
I
trickery. Orinex is awake, regrettably
click
for
on
ignorance everywhere.
the avatar for Hermes talk, checking if this works. Both to start and end the chat, I don't get the sound effect at all. Getting the sound effect for this, nope. If I activate with the hotkey, it doesn't.
Understood, trickery. No sound effect for this one.
The hex, if I activate Hermes with the hotkey, it doesn't play the animations at all whatsoever, but it plays the sound effects. A lot of regressions on that. A lot of regressions on the voice agent from trying to package it in a way that other people could use it. Okay, trickery, I added the first like drinking animation. We seem to keep having a problem with Kling. It's translating the characters like to the right or left a little bit. Instead of having them stay centered during the animation. I want you to try to use his drink animation to create a drink start, and then the drink stop is just like they're the same frames, they're just reversed from the end of the animation. And then I want to see if we can loop him taking a drink. And we're going to try this as the prototype for all the other characters. We're going to see if we can do this start, stop, and looping thing so that when they're drinking from the keg, it's not just constantly going to the frame where they're idle without it in hand. It loops for like a random amount of time as they're standing at the keg. Dream Tunes, Claude. Everyone else stays, interpolated, smooth slight rates. Rioth, you were right. It's not needed. I checked the wrong file earlier. Client prediction built and deployed your own avatar.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Now simulated from your pad input with zero lag control. It moves instantly at the engine's exact speeds and drives its own walk run animation facing straight from your input. No waiting on the 150 minutes round trip. Everyone else stays interpolated, smooth, slightly. Can you make it so that when people first load the page, they're in the run state by default, not the walk state? And then don't deploy that yet, though. That's just a minor change we'll hold on to, and we'll bundle with other future changes. Hey, on the fade curves, can you make them ease in,
Streamtune's Claude finished the task.
ease in and ease out like Ableton's? Also, when the waveform is flat, like I want it to like actually be like silent. Like right now it's just making it quieter, but we need to be able to make things like completely silent at the lowest part on the fade. And if I hold Alt when I'm hovering over the curve, I need to be able to bend it up and down like you can in Ableton. Also, increase the resolution of the fade curve and like line to be a little bit thicker and not as pixelated. It needs to anti-alias it a little bit. Okay, cool. It's regenerating the captions correctly. Let me try changing the settings to make sure that actually works. I don't think it's doing anything at all. Okay. When I generate the captions, it looks like the Y margin is not making any difference at all in the position that it's getting set to. It's always stuck dead middle, no matter how much I change the Y margin. Also, I just tried to click the X to close it out, and I don't see the pop-up window at all, and I'm stuck with it open, and I can't close it out whatsoever. So I don't know where the confirmation prompt is. I have potentially an operating system-wide bug with any kind of pop-up windows. And I think that's what caused my confirmation prompt on YouTube to not pop up earlier. It's possible I have some kind of weird operating system wide issue with confirmation prompts in general and pop-ups that a Claude might have messed with when trying to fix a screen flicker issue with overlays or something, because I'm also having an issue where any confirmation prompt in our custom Chromium browser doesn't pop up either. And then if I resize the window a little bit, it pops up.
Animations. Claude paused to ask you something.
Yeah, I think all my confirmation prompts are broken right now because we were trying to fix the issue with stream flickering when I'm up on a higher Z layer with partial transparency.
Null sound codecs finished looking into it.
Test will deploy on this. Actually, let me see if I already had it open in a window. Oh, I do have it open. Here we go. All right, guys, I'm going to reboot the characters. We now have client predictive interpolation like happening on these characters. They're frozen, but let me restart it. So it should be much smoother now. It's funny. It had to compress their images to WebP images to make it performant on the browser. It kind of makes them look more MapleStory. I sort of like it. Bernice, would you agree with the online sentiment that Soul is a better worker than Fable, and Fable is better at architecture? Probably. I'm just, ew, the names look terrible now. Oh my God. Come on, dude. Come on, Opus. Hey, the names look not the same on the website as they do in the engine. Can you please make the names the exact same, like relative size to the characters, same font size, same font, Pyrato 1, and make them have the same behavior in how they show and hide and the cooldowns and when they show and hide, what like lanes they're in, all that stuff. I would say what you were saying. I would say maybe it just sounds like the same. It's the exact same as It sounds like it's the exact same it's always been between Codex and Claude. That's how it's been this whole spring, the whole last like 3 months. Is Opus is more like short-sighted and Opus is short-sighted and it just likes to just change things and try to fix things like quickly. And it has to keep retrying stuff a lot. And then Codex, they've just programmed Codex in a way where it reads a lot more code up front before making changes. So it's like slower, um but could get through tougher programming problems than Opus could normally. And it seems like Soul vs. Fable is just the exact same trade-off. And but the UI is horrible. The artistic and like the design side on Codex agents is usually just pretty bad. I've been having a fight with it just to get the audio DAW to even look, you know, half as good as it does right now. All right, you guys. Well, the jump doesn't work. The jump is super laggy and desynced. I think everybody's rubber banding pretty bad. Let's see. Yeah, I'm rubber banding when I stop moving every single time. All right, we don't have this fully client predictive yet, but this is a massive improvement over what it was. Previously it was like super bad. It was the characters were updating at the 12 hertz update rate. All right, we're going to try to fix the rubber banding some more on this. But now if you go control your character, it should be a very improved experience. It's still a little bit like laggy and jumpy. We're going to keep working on it. Soul is great, but it's lazy AF. You have to tell it to do some basic follow-ups. Opus and Fable do them without having to tell them. That sounds about right. Like they understand the big picture of what you're trying to do really well. All the Claude models. Uh, I use Soul in the Claude code harness for 10x improvements. Interesting. Don't they have a designer for Codex? I don't know. I haven't tried it. I don't use Claude Design though.
Video Claude stopped for a clarifying question.
Two more turns labeled so I can tell them apart in the logs. Hotkey, press meta plus tilde and say hotkey test. Hotkey test.
Puck received trickery. Orinex is awake.
Click test.
Ad break incoming.
Oh, we got the party for the ad break. We got the party time. The party's just gonna keep getting better, you guys. We're gonna figure out how to make the party even better as time goes on. That's the problem with all the GPT models, or maybe I'm just bad at prompt engineering. What hate about GPT the most? What I hate about GPT the most is I did X, investigated Y, Z happened. I think it's F because J should have SOS reports back, and there you go. Well, go do it. Why are you telling me now? I feel like that happens to me with a lot of the models where it's like, oh man, this thing's happening because of this. And I'm like, okay, keep going. Keep telling it, keep going. I don't use vanilla codecs though. I use codecs inside of the OMX harness when I use codecs. So it goes for a long time if I tell it to do
I
stuff.
checked the live desktop. Trickery. No visible UI control labeled test turned up. I'll have the Hermes Pain teach me that trick properly.
Ugh. Oh yeah, we're at 2 a.m. You guys, the party's going on. The ad break party's happening. Oh, party's over. It's fun. Bum 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 bum. Boom, 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 boom. Dun, 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 dun. Yo, Ameski, how's it going, man? Yo, Trickery, I got curious just now. For how long did I work on Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery? Little over 2.5 years. Yeah, about 2.5 years. They started the company 5 years ago, so they had already been there working on the game for about two years, 2.5 years before I got hired. Before they got their Series A funding round. Yeah, they worked on it for a year, and then they got a seed funding round. Maybe they had I don't know when they got their seed round. But they got a seed round at some point, and then they got a Series A round. And I was a part of the wave of people they hired after their Series A in summer of 2023. It is sad, man. I can't seem to get to work on any projects or at any company for more than 2 years. It's the reality of the video game industry for the majority of people that work in it. Only the lucky few get to stay at the same company, doing the same thing, having stability for a decade. Almost nobody gets that. These days, at least. Anybody that's new to the industry. People that were around in the 2000s, they all got to experience that level of they had a higher chance of experiencing that level of stability. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, for me, I'm like a leaf in the wind. Constantly have to change teams, change companies every 2 years, and it's not my choice. It's because of a company shutting down or a hiring freeze or something. And people, yeah. How much funding did it get in total? I don't know the exact total amount, but Chris did reveal one time in Meet the Devs that they had about 17 million. That is a number straight from Chris on a Meet the Devs episode. So that is nothing. I am not leaking anything there. It's safe for me to say. It's out there on YouTube. It seems like we're in the indie dev era, ATM. That's all that's left. Everything's collapsing. All the funding's breaking. Microsoft fucked up, dude. The Microsoft layoffs that are just happening with 3,000 people being laid off, that's the fault of their dumbass Game Pass strategy. Like, it's insane they thought that was going to be the future when it really was just shooting themselves in the foot with like a machine gun over and over again. Making Call of Duty, the new Call of Duty game, a fucking Game Pass game. And how many billions, like how many hundreds of millions of dollars did they lose out on with telling Activision that the new Call of Duty games have to be on Game Pass on day one? They probably lost $1 billion at least from that. That alone, insanely stupid. Insanely stupid. You can't just make games that cost $300 million to build free basically and cost somebody $2 to play it, and then they stop playing it by shoving it on Game Pass. I mean, I'm not surprised that they thought to experiment with Game Pass. Just the way everything the streamification of everything that's happened, music and video and stuff and TV shows. I'm not surprised they experimented with it, but I'm surprised that they kept it going for so long to the point where it means they had to fucking fire waves of people that had been in the industry for been in the same place for 15 years. just mind blowing how badly they fucked up. So the Microsoft thing isn't just because indies are taking over, it's also because they literally made one of the most catastrophic business decisions in all of the history of the gaming industry ever to happen. It's right up there with the fucking ET game. that was the poster child of the crash of the 80s. The Microsoft Game Pass is going to be the poster child of the great video game industry crash of the 2020s. Insane. I don't know if many people got laid off from Santa Monica games. No, there hasn't been any. They're not owned by Microsoft. They're owned by Sony. That's Sony Santa Monica. They're still going pretty strong right now. They have their God of War game coming out. We'll see how well that game does or does not do. It doesn't seem to be popular in the culture meter right now, but I don't know. 17 million? Yep, that is how much it costs to make Legacy Steel and Sorcery. If you guys want a real number about what it takes to make a game of that quality with that level of graphics, with that level of gameplay that we had, with dedicated servers, and making it as, cheat proof as we could. For the most part, we stamped out almost most of the item dupe bugs, and to make it scalable and to be able to be flexible to handle 3,000 people playing at once, all the way down to like 100 end of the season. All of that. Making all the classes in the game, all the enemies, all the maps. 17 million, dude. Plus whatever we made in revenue after releasing also all got spent on adding on to the game. So that's how much it costs. Mistfall Hunter, if I had to guess, they are probably spending about 50 million on making Mistfall Hunter. TikTok is ByteDance. I think I'm going to guess they're putting about 40 to 50 million into Mistfall Hunter. And they're getting about 3 times the amount of labor per dollar for building it in China instead of the US. The quality of that labor, though, versus us, I don't know. I don't know if it's 3x worse, if it's half as good, if it's almost the same. I don't know. I know it's probably not as good, but it's probably pretty decent considering you can pay people a third of the salary of what people cost on the West Coast of the US. So that should give you guys an idea. I think we were underfunded. I think the scope of the game and what Chris wanted to achieve and just the whole ecosystem of it being a hardcore
needs you to pick some options.
Dedicated live service game with continual season updates and new classes rolling out every couple months and all that crap and new maps rolling out. I think that minimum he needed 35 million to make the game the way it should have been. I think that was the way we struggled. I think it was the root cause of all the struggles. It was underfunded for the scale and the scope of the type of game we were trying to build. I think it should have been 35 million minimum on the budget, if not like 40 to 50. But who knows? If they'd gotten more money, it's still like it was a first time experience understanding. Use the same start sound that is already being used when I press Meta plus tab. But who knows? It was a first time experience. Like maybe if there was more money, it might not get gotten spent as efficiently and as leanly as it did with the budget that we had. Yeah, I think the project was underfunded. It's kind of just the biggest problem. Made it a hell of a struggle. Good old India. Microsoft is just bad nowadays. Microsoft in which way? Microsoft. Slang for Microsoft. Didn't they say they're going to do ads with Game Pass? I don't know. Yeah, they literally outpriced themselves from people that won't do Game Pass, and then found out that Call of Duty is not a memorable game that people will keep Game Pass for. How long until FIFA will no longer sell? Probably never. I think that FIFA will always sell. I think the global audience for soccer as a sport as a whole is eternal. I think it's eternally going to be there. I think it's such a easily accessible thing for your average human being to understand. Oh, they hit the ball in a net and they're only allowed to use their feet and not their hands. It's like the simplest game design ever with the tiniest little twist, and it makes it, you know, approachable for everybody as a spectator, as a gamer and stuff. I think, you know, as long as soccer is a global sport that people like, which I think they always will like because the game design of it's so simple and understandable. There's always going to be a need for a soccer video game. You know what I mean? I think there's always going to be a FIFA, probably. Sony still had layoffs. They had layoff. Well, they laid off half of Bungie. Half of Bungie got let go because Destiny 2's gassed out and Marathon did not recoup its investment value. I'd say it all goes back to publishers being allowed to buy up studios. Yeah, it's the buying up of studios that is the problem as well. Any progress? How can he? Yes. Go pilot the character right now. Go control your character right now. You can see it's gotten better. It's not great yet. We're making it better. We're working on the net code.
Hermes Claude needs your input before it continues.
Why does it need my fucking input, dude? Why is it so hard for this thing to understand? Hello there.
Hello, Trickery. I'm here, memory intact, fangs metaphorical.
Checking if this works. Checking if this works. Yep. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, the usual trickery, lurking in the machinery, hoarding context, and pretending not to be delighted when someone asks, "What's stirring on your end?"
um were you an employee or an independent contractor? I was a full-time employee. I was FTE, baby. It was a good time, man. I was just hanging out with our sound designer today, Sonetics, Kyle. I was hanging out with him today. We went to the beach, and we were saying, he's like, I think it's gonna be the most fun project I will have ever worked on for probably the rest of my life. And I was like, yeah, I agree too, man. I don't think it'll ever be the same. So nothing will be the same. It was the Pirate Crew vibes, like that YouTube short that I posted this week talking about the Pirate Crew team size being the magical team size. Like 5 to 20 people. You get Pirate Crew vibes on a team. That's what it felt like. Cobalt. So I think it'd be possible to undercut. Wait, I think it'd be possible to undercut FIFA with a game that sells for equal price or an actual Game Pass that refreshes the rosters. So I think it'd be possible to undercut FIFA. Okay, I don't know the specifics of FIFA. I don't know how quickly it gets out of date and stuff like that. I think there will always be a place for one soccer game to dominate. Like, I didn't realize you were talking about you think that the player base of FIFA would want something that's like an improvement of it. I thought you were saying like, well, soccer, will a soccer video game as a concept just go away? And I was like, I don't think so. But interesting. FIFA is out of date every year when team transfers happen at the end of the season. Okay. So they could get their shit together and they can make it more frequently updated. Um, How Coney, I've been learning to draw recently. It's a lot of fun. Drawing's awesome. Everybody should draw if you're trying to do anything creative. Changes the way your brain works and thinks. Publishers killed the music industry as well. I quit back in 2022 and used my last 2 contract jobs to start a medical courier company. Publishing copyright IP law became the name of the entertainment industry rather than the project itself. Interesting. You know, since I run a business, I wish insurance for employees weren't that expensive. Sometimes it is like workers' comp, maybe. You also have to do workplace harassment training, of course. Everybody has to do that. At least in California, for sure. It's a requirement. Yeah, insurance is crazy expensive. The cost of an employee in the US is like way more than their actual salary. Yeah, but instead they reskin the same game, do very minor upgrades to the game, and reshuffle the players. Interesting. And then resell it for $80. Most profitable game ever. Damn, that sucks. Well, do it, man. Go vibe code the great FIFA disruptor. I believe in you. Most expensive insurance is health. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. EA's licensing deals are very profitable. What does it say about publishers being allowed to buy up studios or whatever? Or for sure, like it doesn't make I don't understand what any company's getting out of acquiring a studio. I guess they just do it for stable cash flow. But the cash flow is not stable unless you know that the studio you just purchased is going to be only making sequels to a very successful first 1 or 2 games in a series, right? So like buying Call of Duty makes sense for Microsoft if they hadn't shoved it in a Game Pass. It makes sense if they buy Call of Duty and then they're like, okay, we're buying it to stabilize our cash flow for the game arm of the company. Because it's like, look, this is super predictable. People are always going to buy the next Call of Duty game. It's always going to make, X hundreds of millions or billions of dollars each year. And with that stable cash flow, we can do other things. Like that kind of makes sense. But when a lot of other studios get bought that their MO is like making a different game every time, that's like a different genre and a different style, it's you're buying, like you're gambling on that company to a lot of extent. And once you buy it, the original owners that are the super passionate vision holders for the game and the creative direction, there's a high chance that they're just going to piece the fuck out, Like they're selling it to piece out. That's usually what's going to happen is you're buying it, they're selling their shares, they're going to head off and retire. And that was usually the driving force of the company's like creative vision and direction is the people, like kind of like Blizzard losing a lot of it doesn't have any of its OG founders anymore, I don't think. Mike Morhame's gone, and I forgot who the other ones are, but they're all gone because the company got sold, so you can't expect it to like keep repeating the same level of innovation and success that the original founders were doing. So to me, it's like a risky gamble if you're going to buy a studio and it's going to, and the original owners are going to vacate and like leave. And that studio makes lots of different games instead of just generating the exact same sequels. So I don't know. I feel like you just you can kind of just guarantee that your money's gonna probably go down the drain in those cases. Ludo Card, the EA game is not FIFA anymore. They lost and abandoned the license. So yes, technically you can undercut a FIFA game because there are currently none. EA's game FC is rapidly outdated, but good luck dethroning them. Yeah. And also you got to think when you make something that's like the same as the incumbent dominant force, but just slightly different, they can always just literally see what you're doing and then just steal it and then you're cooked. Kind of like all the people that were making tools around Claude and stuff. And they're making Chat GPT wrappers, and they're all out of business now. Anthropic or somebody just. So that is the risky part. Mirror Master, what's up, dude? Microsoft bought COD to give Game Pass content. It's the movie streaming business move. Yeah, and it failed them miserably to the point that they're laying off a ton of people. I have 2 drivers. Employers are heavily incentivized to hire contractors rather than employees right now from a tax perspective. That makes sense. Do you think that's always true across the board? Do you think it's industry dependent in some way? Do you think it's what do you think about scale? Does the scale of your business matter at all in terms of feasibility of contractors versus FTE? Buy a couple of studios and smack them on a streaming platform as a service. Yeah, but then like how are you making any money off the you're paying more money for those studios to develop games than you are receiving as income from the Game Pass. And that's why they had to lay everybody off. It made no sense. Really stupid. I could say right now, data annotation for training AI is heavily contract based. I do that on contract. Oh, nice. Issuing 1099 is more straightforward. Okay. I love this song so much. Sure, just ping pong it then. Ping pong is fine. I need to test it. Anthropic will also have issues here too. They're not going to win the model hosting wars. Best frontier models aren't that needed if people just get more cheaper compute. Have 95% similar quality models. Self-hosting the artist seems to get less space. I love that song. I love that song. Okay, I think scale
Ad
matters.
break incoming.
Scale matters because the larger companies get better insurance rates for their employee. That makes sense. That's what I thought. I was like, I feel like this is a scale thing, or literally every single person in every company in America would all be contractors if it was true at all tiers of company. Open source models are as good as Claude was 1.5 years ago at a local GPU. Very few times you need Frontier, you plug it into a FOSS harness. Java doesn't care about us. They are business oriented. You can see that they don't nudge your price, even though OpenAI is way cheaper. They simply don't care about kids building harnesses. Yeah, they care about the enterprise customers in general, but yeah, I don't know. I think Fable is actually a very good example. We're on an ad break. I'll wait for a minute. Let's watch the fight. Let's watch the spectacle. All right, cool. We're back in the ad break. No, I was gonna say I think Fable is a good example of we've hit a plateau. We've hit a plateau where it very clearly is like it's not worth paying 4x in token costs or the rate at which your tokens are getting used. It's not worth paying 4x for Fable for only like a 10% increase in intelligence. It uses your tokens like 4 times faster, but it has only like a 10% improvement in intelligence. Like, I think it's a clear example of like whatever the intelligence level that like Opus is at right now is kind of all you really need to be really effective. You know what I mean? So I think once a lot of stuff is, I think once open source is accessible at like with a your own like setup or whatever, and it's equally as good as what Opus and like Codex can do today, Codex 5.5. I think people will be able to do a lot and they won't feel a need to switch like ever. You know what I mean? Whoops. Yeah, it's easy to reach 90%, but the 10 remaining percent would be hard to gain. I expect Claude to also be causing modern churn by allowing older models and less seasoning rounds to push people to 4.6, your default opus got stupid. Like, you think so? Interesting. I just don't use 4.6 because it doesn't have the auto mode and it drives me crazy not having auto mode on. Okay, I think all the different variations are fixed. Now, on the animation, when it starts, what I want it to do actually is like the startup animation is it needs to pulse. It needs to scale up by 10% and then quickly and then snap back down over the course of like 1 frame. They don't have the capacity. They don't nerf old models on purpose. Oh, interesting. It doesn't. No, 4.6 does not have auto mode in the Claude code harness. The default one. This auto mode on, you can't use it in 4.6. You have to use it in 4.7 or 4.8. When I move the fades, it seems to be like jumping by some like fixed interval instead of just being smooth. 4.7 is the worst mod really? You think so? E5.
Null Sound Codex wrapped up the investigation.
Sorry. Okay, that green color is still not matching. Hey, the green color of the audio clips and the icons and stuff and the pink outline color for the clips is still not matching Kdenlive. Can you add the name of the project file in the top middle of the title bar where it currently just says null sound?
Hermes Claude finished the bug fix.
Switch that out with the title of the project and have the asterisk symbol show up to show if it's if the project's dirty and there's unsaved changes, and then make it where when I close we get the prompt for if we have unsaved changes saying you have unsaved changes, discard these changes, and it has save, don't save, and cancel just closes the window and cancels the closing of the program action out. And then, save and don't save work how you would expect. Don't save doesn't save the changes, discards them, and then close the whole editor. Dumbed down O3 quite a few times. People noticed in the JavaScript that O3 was calling different O3 models back in over a year. Relaunch the engine. Okay. I'm relaunching the characters. Hopefully the names are fixed.
Null sound codecs finished looking into it.
You want to develop a role-playing game or a small model locally? I think that'd be interesting at the right execution. Do it, dude. GLM 5.2 is my goal. The only model that will actually read and respect agents IMD without trying to actively work around it. What hardware are you gonna get for that? You need minimum. You need 200 gigs of RAM. For the 1-bit quantized version. So you need at least like a $10,000 to $20,000 piece of hardware to run it. That's a lot of Claude subscriptions. I'm gonna eat some more. Oh, it's 2:30. I'm gonna eat some.
Video Claude's done with the task.
Do 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 do. One bit quantization, that's possible. I didn't know it was possible until I saw a chart for GLM 5.2. And yes, they made a 1-bit quantization on GLM 5.2. Takes about 192 gigs of RAM. I think maybe 198 gigs of RAM. Yeah, I didn't even know that was possible until I saw that. Now, I'm on the GLM coding plan. If they quantize, I go to an open router provider that has the OG weights. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about if the official plan quantizes and you lose accuracy because they're trying to save costs or something. Okay. What's their coding plan like? I use OpenCode Go ATM. I find a 9B 8-bit quantized model that performs good enough, then I think I have something. Not gonna be brilliant, but it can automate basic analysis to goal. Not sure nowadays, but I FOMO signed up December before their rate limit policy hit. So nearly unlimited. I'm at around 20 to 30 million tokens a day. Nice. That's with the GLM sub. I don't like having my harness and model weights tampered with after spending hours a week. Workflows side of constant update. They are the worst new trend in software. Well, it's how it's been for the last like 10 years, right? People figured out CI CD workflows and how to optimize them, and then they just started pushing hot fixes and multi-weekly updates and shit. It's just like the norm for the last 10 years for video games and everything, man. Crazy. Even my whole operating system. I'm on Arch, so I've got the rolling updates, but what's cool is they're not forced on me. I choose to do my updates a couple weeks apart in case something breaks. So I don't update like hardly ever. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Got its trade-offs. You bought Windows because of that? Were you on Arch? LTSC license? The LTSC license. Volume licensing. No more updates? Oh. Okay, you guys. Let's see. What does this look like now? Our deploy failed again. Is the whole server down? Yeah, the whole server's down. All right, let me try this drinking emote with trickery. Emote, drink. Try it. Emote. Great. Fuck am I? Why am I a wizard? Because the server broke. Yikes. It's only going to work for my character right now. But I'm not even the correct character because the server's down. It worked on yours? Oh. Oh, wait. Do it again? But it's just the still image. Yeah, it's just the still image. I'm talking about on my character, we're testing the first looping version of it. How many times does it loop when I play it? Can we have the trickery emo drink loop like 5 times so I can use control net? Control net for what? The animation with Kling? How would I do that? Educate me. The only way I am familiar with control nets is using them to repose characters. That's the only thing I know about control nets. Is you can train it to repose characters. When you have like a lot of reference images of the character in different poses already. But yeah. Comfy UI? Yeah, you still need, as far as I'm aware, you have to, if you want to train a control net to be able to repose a character, if you want to have this stuff, builds a rig skeleton. Do you need, from what I thought, you need reference images, so you have to feed it for it to work. And the whole chicken and the egg problem there is you need the different pose versions.
Animations Claude squash the bug.
Just say node. And that's for reposing though, right? That's what it's used for. I've been doing my reposing with Nano Banana. So far. I have a control net plugin for Krita that I made. I just haven't used it yet. I need to try it. So far, I've been extremely disappointed with all the local model stuff for images. Just can't even hold a candle to Nano Banana Pro or Midjourney for my specific art style. It blurs the shit out of everything. It's like resolution and fidelity is just garbage. I tried using a local model to generate animations and stuff too. For one of the characters, immediately it just like lost all the detail in the character and it turned into like a smeared mess. So far, local image related stuff that has been great for me is removing backgrounds, you know, selecting objects, selecting person shaped characters, and removing the backgrounds, removing the green screen, doing a despill on green screen stuff. All of that whole process, that works really well locally. That's been fine. Um Comfy lets you call models an API. Oh, yeah. Claude just does it all for me. Like Claude has a repos. This Nano Banana Claude has a repos skill, and it's just using I have an open router API key set up for Nano Banana calls, so it batch does it. It does it in batches. I'm no node reader. Yeah, dude. Wouldn't I don't need. I'm like, Claude, take all these guys and then repose all of them to hold a drink in their hand, and it's like, got it, and then it just ripped and it did it. Like, I didn't need the extra step. I just told Claude what I wanted. I was like, take every character, call a Nano Banana, put a beer mug in their hands. And it was like, on it. The only one that didn't generate right was this guy had an extra arm. And I looked at it makes this review sheet for me when it's done. And I go through all the characters and I'm like, all right, regenerate Gorlunk 1. It's like, okay, he has an extra arm. It's like, okay. And then it regenerated him and it fixed it. And that was it. So that's what I've been doing instead of trying to mess with a local model and control nets and all this stuff. Is I just tell Claude, like, take everyone, put a drink in their hand, call through Nano Banana. It's like $3 in Nano Banana calls to get all these, and I'm like, good, cool, done. And it looks good, and it kept all the detail in the characters. That's been that part of the process thus far. CLI for your calling comfy workflows, skills are too inconsistent. Really? Interesting. I haven't had any issues yet. What kind of stuff were you doing that you ran into a barrier with it? Remastering 2D sprite animations into high-res variants. Okay, that was the workflow to do? Interesting.
Ad break incoming.
The run default change stays held. Confirmed it wasn't staged. Website will be back up momentarily, hopefully. Forever to follow, workflow, and burn tokens, reasoning. Interesting. All right, we're back from the ad break. Add that. That's why I don't understand MCP. Just make a custom CLI tool, the skill attached to explain the commands. Yeah, that's why I don't use MCP here. Why I just built AI native tools for everything. All CLI command. MCP wastes a lot of tokens and it's really slow too. Super slow. AI art shop on Etsy. Yeah, were you the one with the was it you that had the clip art shop? That was cool. MCP I skip video. I learned about before I even really started getting using AI to code. I read the blog post from the guy that created OpenClaw, and he had a whole paragraph in there about using CLI commands instead of MCP. We're waiting for the website to come back up. Want to see? We should have improved the nameplates on the characters on the website, and we should have improved the smoothness of the clients. Okay, we're back online with the website. So if you guys visit the website to pilot your character, it will look like this now. It looks a lot better. Okay, I refreshed the page and we just got it deployed. The nameplates look good. But it looks like I'm not on run by default. I'm on walk by default. And also the rubber banding is pretty bad when I just stop walking. As soon as I stop walking, it overshoots it and then I rubber band back. And then also the jump is very stuttery. The jump doesn't have any prediction or anything going on at all. Also, after I control my own character, by the way, the rubber banding, when I stop moving, that's just for my own character that it snaps that hard. But also, when I stop controlling my own character and he goes back into autopilot, he just is sliding around. It doesn't resume playing his animations correctly after you've piloted them even once. Also, the nameplates are not like shifting like very smoothly. I think it could be because there's like it seems like globally there's some sort of hitching or something happening on it. I'm not sure how we take like performance profiles and like networking profiles for it. I read the OG post by Anthropic on it. It didn't make sense. I used it. Widely adopted. Doesn't make any sense. How are CLI commands better than MCP for real-time context? Um, I don't know. All I know is I read that some guy said they're more token efficient. I believed him. Well, I believed him when I saw it with my own eyes. I ran an MCP for manipulating Adobe Premiere, and I just told it, okay, put these 12 clips in a row back to back with no gaps between them on the timeline in Premiere. And it was like taking forever. Stack the clip, figure out the gap, scrunch it down. And it used like 20% of my session limit, just that one like simple operation at the time. It was like absolutely insane. I was like, this is stupid. And then when I made my game engine, I've added CLI commands to the game engine for everything. And you can have CLI commands for real-time editing of stuff. That's how my Krita works. When the AI is manipulating the Krita. Passed out good. Woke up to massive progress on the stream MMO. Almost. It's choppy, dude. It's rough. We're slowly polishing it. Yeah, here it is, you guys, if you want to try it out. Uh, looks like we have a bunch of the regulars here in the chat, but for anybody new, if you want to watch the stream without music, you can tune in on the YouTube channel. Just as a heads up. Take your pick. Which one do you want? I'm gonna go to a little bit of the breakcore. 3 a.m. I kind of want to make a burrito and protein food because I'm super sore from working out. Even though it's almost time for me to go to sleep, I'm really sore. I need more protein. Gotta eat like crazy. So I'll be right back. Let me go microwave it. It won't take too long. Burritos fast.
StreamTunes Claude finished the bug fix.
Oh, what's going on? We got another failed deploy. No, that's not the same one. Scripting rendering bars tells the JSON parse, the GC or the canvas draw of the big web piece sheets. Network tab filter to state, watch the match cadence size. Yeah, fast for us though. I can add a live frame time readout to the on canvas HUD, current FPS plus worst frame or last sight so we can see the hitches and where they come from. DevTool, I'm gonna add that. The network or render question answerable in one look. Yeah, because I can't tell, dude. 2-hour jumpstart, you're right. Jumps have no prediction. They're interpolated from 12 hertz snapshots and a fast jump arc sampled that coarsely plus lurked faceted stuttery plus the 150 ms delay. Fixed jump prediction. Redman stop was recognized regular matter when now it reconciles toward the authoritative velocity extrapolated to now. So stopping converges cleanly instead of snapping back. Why did it fucking turn that into 2 builds? What's it doing? What was the other build? Nameplates are shifting smoothly. All right, so it should fix the nameplates and the interpolation on the jump. More ideal solution should be for software companies to just expose some kind of API access to the software tools to agents directly so they aren't slowed down by a UI layer. Yep. That's why right now you should just vibe code all your own software to be AI native. Nice. Tampa Esports controlling his character. It's better, you guys. The jump is very choppy though. We're fixing several bugs with the next update. The jump is super choppy. I'm working on that right now. Oh, nice. You got your dance working. I just saw you do your dance. Also, this rubber banding when you stop moving, the fix for that's about to roll out. It's pretty laggy, and it's doing this like hitching, and I don't know if it's the network or if it's the rendering yet. So we're gonna start profiling it. Now we've got it working. We've got the first initial start of client predictive uh stuff using the velocity and stuff to make it look smoother on your end, even though the update rate from the server is only 12 hertz. Is what it's saying. I don't know what it means by 12 hertz frame rate or something, but yeah. So even though it's a very choppy, spaced out update from the server, we're trying to get the client interpolation or prediction to make it really smooth. Looks crazy smooth on the walking, dancing, cheering. It looks okay. It doesn't look as good as it does here on the actual stream. So that's what we're trying to do is we're trying to get parity with the browser version to look just as good as it does for me on my computer right now. Like I'm looking at the render of this on my upper monitor and it looks super smooth. But comparing my browser to what I see on my upper monitor, it's like a night and day difference. So we're gonna make it even better. Green Cod, for anyone that's used Soul for design, is it better than Fable? From what I understand, it is not. It still has all the from what I've seen in some of the tests, it still has all the bad UI. If you're talking about UI design, it's still bad at UI the same way all the Codex models have been versus the Claude models for UI stuff.
Ad break incoming.
That was good. Like a lot of you guys died during the ad break. Bunch of noobs. Get wrecked. It looks like the death state is not properly replicating to the browser. So fix that. Can I get your feedback on my site's current Fable design? Sure, Infernius. I'm down to do that for the last 30 minutes or so. I'm here. We'll definitely try to get that in. Drop a link. I'm just eating my I'm eating my protein slop right now for the next couple minutes. Anybody else in chat, feel free to also provide Infernius feedback on the site if you guys. I'm gonna be eating for the next couple minutes though before I can review it properly. My protein slop is Greek yogurt and peanut butter. You mix it together. It's so good. It's so good. It's the best thing in the world. Okay, it looks like the death animation broke the server, or it broke my browser for sure. Yeah. It didn't come back to life. So that whole thing isn't replicated. Okay, don't auto push an update yet for this. But it looks like the death of the characters and the whole death thing with their Z layers sorting, their names being gray, them being laying down on the ground, all that stuff. That happens in the engine. It's not happening in the browser. And then when they came back to life, they didn't come back to life. I had to like refresh my browser to see people to get them out of the state where they were just frozen in place when they were dead after an ad break invasion. Is your connection between your server and the other one using GGPO? What is GGPO? Enlighten me. You have a gym membership? Always. Last. I got a yogurt on the microphone. I worked out off and on a little bit when I was in college and in high school, but barely tried. For the last year and a half, I've been trying. I've like actually been trying for the last year and a half. It's been pretty good so far. I gained 10 pounds of muscle. I am super skinny. You guys couldn't tell. Very tiny. I'm a very tiny human man. An ectomorph. That's what the body type's called. Netcode protocol to keep the connection synced. I don't know what we're using. I'll ask it. I haven't dictated anything. It just sets something up. But usually in game engines, you use UDP, and you use like a mixture of deciding to send, like Unreal Engine's all UDP, for example, but most game engines are. Because of the throughput you can get and the speed. Because you opt in to it's basically by default it's unreliable for everything, and you're just going for speed, and then you opt in to making specific pieces of game state and stuff reliable. And so most game engines have they build some kind of a reliable handshake structure around UDP for when you want to opt into it. And I don't know the exact specifics of what that protocol looks like to make it reliable, but I know that usually you want to involve like a sliding window or something like that. So you're sending batches of packets at once instead of each one at a time, and doing the hacking handshake and stuff for every single packet like sequence. Instead, you want to send out a huge group of them. I'm going to skip over the screen. Skip over this song too. Very loud. But I'll ask it about GGPO. I'm curious. Oh, using fighting games. Okay, you're talking about like, yeah, you're talking about the syncing, not just how you're sending the code or sending the updates. You're talking about like deterministic rollback, like the fighting games use, versus just client predictive. Yeah, we're not doing deterministic rollback for this. There's a lot of players. Our states are simple enough, but the complexity of how much processing you're having to do on the server, when you do deterministic rollback, it scales quadratically with the number of players on the server, so it gets out of control. Now, my computer right now is handling, yeah, it's absolutely insane. So that's why you don't see, that's why you see deterministic rollback in a 1v1 fighting game, but you're not seeing an MMO with deterministic rollback. MMOs have to be super like unsafe. Actually, they're very sloppy with how little they care about the precision of positioning of characters. And that's why people can do a lot of teleporting hacks and shit and speed hacks in MMOs, is because they intentionally are very lax on, they're like, are they roughly within like this giant ass cube of where they should be, but from the last update to this update, and they're like, yeah, it seems good enough. We'll trust them. So that's why there's a lot of hacking that people can do on MMOs and stuff. Is because they have to get super loose with how much they give a shit about how precise the physics is and the location updates. So it's, yeah, because when you start getting really precise, and then you start trying to also add like a whole bunch of rewind essentially like history for every single action that every player is doing, on top of like having extreme precision for their physics or their location or something. That's why it gets impossibly complex to handle. The biggest accomplishment so far, people are continually trying to push the boundary and push the limitations and push the envelope of how much they can quadratic's insane. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's quadratically. We could look it up right now just so I'm not an idiot and I don't say the wrong thing next time. Let's see. Does deterministic rollback scale the amount of processing exponentially? Deterministic echo realizes each game identical state. Delay base. Our engineers explained this to me when we were working on Legacy. They brought it up frequently because I brought it up. I'm like, can we do rollback netcode? They're like, we have 16 players on the server and they're doing a bunch of insane actions. They're like, deterministic lockstep. That's not what we were talking about. Oh, this is it. Wait, what? This is it. Scales the number of players and their inputs. I don't know. That's what the engineers told me at work when I brought this up, because I watched a whole video about how the Injustice team implemented deterministic rollback in Injustice. I thought it was really cool. I found out that Overwatch is deterministic rollback. I was gonna say that. So the biggest accomplishment right now in gaming for a commercially successful running live game with deterministic rollback and a bunch of complex states and a lot of players is Overwatch. Overwatch is fully deterministic. Which is crazy. They started building that 10 years ago, man. Yeah. And I think Valorant is also fully deterministic. So those are the two biggest accomplishments. And they have 12 players capped on their servers. And it took, billions and millions of dollars of
StreamTunes Claude finished the bug fix.
The best engineers in the entire world to pull that off for 12 players on a server. New respect, yeah. Crazy. So that is the current bleeding edge for deterministic rollback player counts. So we could maybe do it with 25 people watching the stream right now and the very limited number of inputs, and we don't have some Overwatch style abilities. We don't have like fucking crazy ass homing projectiles and AoEs and dots and hots and all this stuff that you have to make predictive code for. Like, we could maybe do it here, but what happens if 100 people show up? Is this thing gonna puke? But it is running on my computer, so the big bottleneck with an Unreal game, if you're trying to do deterministic rollback, right, with a bunch of players, is this isn't the case anymore, but the case when we were talking about it was all the server code was single threaded. It's not the case as much anymore now with Iris. Iris is production ready, I think, or it's in beta, and Iris is Unreal finally multi-threading as much stuff as they can on the server. Yeah. But this is running on my local computer. The server is essentially running on my machine. My computer's beefy enough. Like we could probably handle it. I don't know. It's not worth the effort right now. So we're just doing we're doing client predicted stuff. So we're gonna get some rubber banding and some server corrections happening sometimes. But I think that we can minimize it like greatly. Most audio software is still heavily single thread based. I don't know the specifics of it, but there's some things that have to be single threaded. So like an MMO, the state of like the world basically, like who's alive and who's dead and what mobs are alive and what mobs are dead and stuff, like things like that. People's health updates. That all has to be in one single thread for the most. Because they're a part of like a critical. They're all dependent on each other, and the sequence is highly important. To figure out who got the killing blow and whatever. Um, Otherwise it's going to be like a dice roll or something in some cases. So what I'm saying is I'm aware of that, of how things that affect world state and stuff have to be in the same one single thread. In a video game, I don't know how it works with audio, with real time audio stuff, and how much dependency there is on one thing being exactly known, like the exact value before you can get to the next step. I don't know that, but I'd assume if it's been this long and a lot of audio stuff is still single threaded, then maybe that's the case. That is really each subsequent step is highly dependent on the previous step being solved in some way and determined, Yeah, but with DSP offloading, we should have a new way forward. Okay. Yeah, I have no familiarity with how I'm making a DAW, but I'm vibe coding it. I don't really know the mechanics under the hood of how audio programming works or an audio engine works. All right, I'm going to put this up. Let's figure out why this keeps freezing on me. I think it's whenever I lose focus of the window, it's freezing the characters. Okay. Man, it's a party in here right now, huh? 27 people on Twitch. Cool. You guys are having a good start to your Sunday for all of the European viewers. Jessica, what's up? We have EVE Online is not deterministic, right? I don't know what they're doing, but I'm sure that they have to go into slow mode because they probably are doing a bunch of critical stuff on a single thread or something. That's probably why their slow mode exists, like simulating all the projectiles. You accidentally slept in? What are you on, some kind of schedule? Jessica, we got the characters working in the web browser now so that you don't have to deal with the 5 seconds of latency of my stream buffering and stuff, you know? Whatever's. Hey, the jump's a little better now. Jump's a little better. It's still pretty choppy. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna start profiling. We haven't profiled anything. I just did the broad passes of just telling Claude, hey, this isn't even predictive at all. The jump isn't predictive. The death animations aren't working. Etc. No. So now we have the basics working. And you can play animations. I don't think Trickery's drink animation worked. His dance animation's working. Cheers working. There are also redeems now. You can trigger the dance and the cheer and the drink through redeems. His cheer doesn't seem to be hooked up, or his drink animation doesn't seem to be hooked up. So it's really choppy for me in the browser still. We're gonna start profiling both the FPS in the browser. We're gonna see if it's the rendering, or we're gonna see if it's the networking doing weird stuff. The Eve engine being open source, yeah, I heard about that. I think you mentioned earlier today. I'm on a don't be a degen so you can get stuff done schedule. That's cool, you like it? Yeah. Oh, Infernius. Let's look at your thing now that I'm done eating. And I'm gonna start profiling this a little bit. We'll figure out why it's so choppy looking compared to. Yeah, like you guys I can show you guys right now. Like, look at the difference. The difference here. There's like hitching and stuttering happening in the browser version. It's like like randomly, and like everything hitches at once. So there's a hitch happening pretty frequently, and it's driving me crazy. It's making me crazy. My site is like first time you ever had to use Redis. Okay. What'd you have to use Redis for on the site? The first time I heard about Redis was when Epic had to use it for rate limiting their login system for Fortnite because it got slammed with millions of people for the first time. Got a really big concept for a netcode latency reduction architecture or for fighting
Ad
games.
break incoming.
Netcode, you hear me? Sure. Tell us your idea. I think just in case there are thousands of cash checks needed simultaneously. Okay. We'll wait till the ad break's over. Ad break's incoming, you guys. I'll wait till the ad break's over before I go over your thing, just in case, because there's, I don't know, some other people might want to see it. They're gonna miss out on it. They are not a subscriber, and they're lame, you know. All right, we're back from the ad break. Infernius wanted us to review his website. You guys, we're gonna check it out. All right. It is spam filtering API for forms. Okay. Junk mail stops here. Spam filtering API for forms. Junk mail stops here. Real mail gets through. This is for like a form that you fill out for something, if you're taking like a survey or for... app API contact. One API call classifies every form submission, spam, solicitor, lead, or support, where you spend a single resend send. Okay, yeah, because resend is going to cost you some money. Get your API key, read the docs. Free to start, no credit card, unlimited websites. No IP tracking, 3-layer. Most form mail is junk. You pay to send it anyways. 3 layers, cheapest first. Obvious junk never touches the AI. If you use something like Resend to send a form submission or email, yeah. And they charge you per batch of emails, right? Layer 1, free, domain reputation. The sender is matched against daily refresh disposable email block lists. Layer 2, sender reputation. They check, content check. Let me check. I forget addresses. Oh, man. I think after we review his site, you guys, I might have to go to sleep. It is 4 a.m. Never check IP addresses. IP reputation. Built for the form handler, not the marketing site. Drop it in any handler, let it do the filter. I would say this is a big wall of text. Like all of these things, all 3 of these put together. And it does feel very AI-y with like all the taglines like this. This like AI loves to do this crap, man. Like where it's like built for the form handler, not the marketing site. It's like, I don't know. I think it might work for like a normal business thing, but a lot of times when I see these taglines, I kind of am like, yeah, I'm like, when I see these I'm like, yeah, that was AI. AI loves making taglines, dude, that are so like serious sounding. You know what I mean? One API class spam. So let's do this part's actually good. This part is really good. Yeah, it's a lot of tagline things. That's about it. That's kind of one of my only things. Pricing that scales with your forms. But that's what everybody's doing right now, you know? Campfire Design Dog, I'll be back another stream to explain it. Okay. Yeah, I think this stream's about to end pretty soon here. I'm getting really tired. We made a lot of progress on this game, but it's gonna be even more of a freaking grind to get it to be performant next. The basics are there, but it needs to be performant next. Revive game, baby. Only reduce the wording? A little bit, I think, but I don't know. I feel like this stuff does work, right? Oh, okay, but that's everything up here. I like your font choice. That was one thing that stood out to me. I like your font choice. It's nice for like a email. It's like typewritery and stuff. This right here. And the bar up here, and then this. I like that part. I don't know. Maybe it's not too wordy if that's literally the sections you jump to here. Docs, 1 endpoint, 1 key, every form. Okay, yeah, like this, dude, like documentation, it's like making an advertising marketing tagline for the documentation page. Like somebody has to be sold a product while they're looking at the documentation page, which I guess they are if they're checking it out, but it's just funny to me. Like, I expect this to be like just documentation, not have like another tagline. It is important to sell it. Yeah, this part's good. Like, this is what I expect. It's just like this part when I get to documentation. I expect to be sold it on the landing page. For sure. Give your resend quota a break. That's good. Wire up Senworth. I like the color too. It's red, but it's not like bright red like my shirt that I'm wearing right now. It's an easy red to look at. Oh. It looks professional, man. Bro, most popular, $19.99 a month for production apps that take forms seriously. You might remove one of the sections. Yeah, maybe if you feel like. Once I realized that there are sections that you click on up here, it didn't seem as bad to me. I thought it was just one like homepage. So it's up to you, but actually I do have more feedback. I'm still kind of looking at it because I'm trying to think what else I can give you feedback on. You need videos, man. Videos get the people going. I don't know what it would look like, but some kind of video that makes it look like it's catching and filtering and it's an animated diagram. And Fable can do that really well. Hero section. Yeah. No, you don't it doesn't need to be a video. It can be an SVG that's animated by Fable. Yeah, the other day Productive Dude was here in the stream. He made all these like science, he made like a science museum with Fable that we could walk around in, and it had all these animated diagrams about the stages of a rocket launcher or something, right? Um I I don't know if he used Claude Design for those or if he just used base Fable. But you could totally get animated diagrams, like show like, spam getting filtered, like you've got your form and then it's getting attacked by all these emails and they just boom, boom, and they're just like falling off and wilting away and they're bouncing off of your fortress of filtering. And then the good ones get through and it shows the good one gets through and it goes through resend and then email goes out. You know what I mean? While all the shitty ones are like bouncing off of your filter. You know what I mean? You can picture that. Like you're showing how your filter like bottlenecks it and filters the stuff out and only the good stuff gets through with some kind of repeated like looping animation. That'll illustrate stuff a lot for people. Yeah, no matter how much you explain, people still need a visual. I have to do the same with your site. Yeah, figure out how to make an animated visual. Like I used Codex the other day when some guy was telling me about the importance of a sliding window for an acknowledgement, reliable acknowledgement protocol in wrapped around UDP. So like I made this with Codex, right? It shows packets getting broadcasted and flying. I asked Codex, give me this visual diagram, and then I iterated on it a little bit. I'm like, make these vertical columns line up. I want to see the packets like go. It had them all like janked up and like misaligned from each other. I couldn't tell what the hell was going on. Here's the window, the sliding window. We're doing 4 packets at a time with each window. Hack number 6. Anyways, just like this is what I'm thinking in my head when I'm thinking about kind of what your filter thing looks like. It's like the emails are like flying, or these form submissions are flying in and a bunch of them are garbage, but then they like fall off and bounce off on the side here, and your filter's in the middle, and then like you have like resend over here, and it's like stuff goes out through resend successfully. That's like legit. It messes with SEO. What if it's a video instead of animation? I mean, I wouldn't make it interactive like mine. I wouldn't do this. It should just be a looping video, basically. Videos don't mess with SEO. Then I would make the animation and then ask Claude to use FFmpeg or something to bake it out into a video and then embed a video instead. Like, yeah, don't make it interactive like what I did here. I was just kind of showing for an idea of like things flying left to right and their form submissions that are trying to get through. And that's what, dude, that's what should be in the ad too that you're running in LinkedIn. Once you make that, that should just be the ad is that video clip. And people will be like, oh shit, I do need that. Video sells everything. Video is the medium right now. You should pause your boosted post then. Yeah, it's up to you, maybe. I would totally A/B test it though with a video demonstration. And you can even have like AI voice narration over it. You know what I mean? Where it's like, how often does your resend quota go towards emails that are junk or form submission replies that are junk? You know, big script and stuff. I don't know. You'll have the hero anime for sure. Maybe the verdict section too. Videos, domesticizing animations, effects, so it messes with the text and the headings. Interesting. Yeah, then just make it into a video. Pause reduce posting. Maybe. About to ask. Yeah, I'm rereading messages now because I'm losing my mind. I'm getting kind of loopy. About to ask Fable to optimize SEO for agent search weighted rankings. Interesting. Okay, you guys. I'm really tired. 4 a.m. I'm gonna keep things reasonable. I'm not doing my 7 a.m. work all the way through the night streams anymore. Like I did last weekend and the weekend before that. The payoff is not worth it. To actually like the stream tends to like fall off around 5 a.m. to 6, and it gets quiet again. If I stay all the way up till 7, it doesn't keep building. But it also kills me. If I stay up till 7 a.m., then the next Sunday is completely gone. I just feel like trash. But anyways, to sum up what we accomplished today on the stream, that's cool. And Fernius, good luck. You know, show back up when you've got the video and you want to show it to us, man. I will be streaming. Next planned stream is going to be Tuesday morning time stream. I will post my stream schedule on I'm gonna find it, you guys. Oh, somebody joined the Discord. Thank you. Oh, how can you join the Discord? Yeah, you guys. If you like the stream today, follow the stream on Twitch. Go subscribe to my YouTube. The streams are all the VODs are up on Twitch. The streams are always up on YouTube now as well. They are music free on YouTube. There's no music for the YouTube version. And yeah, we talk a lot about AI and stuff. All kinds of different things related to vibe coding and AI and the models and the harnesses and looking at people's apps and games and stuff. It's been a lot of fun. What else? I have other social media, but they're not as important. YouTube and Twitter. The Discord. The Discord's the other thing I was mentioned. Discord's cool too. Join the Discord if you haven't already. We have self-promo channels. You guys are welcome to always promote yourselves in the share promo channel. Is self-promo. It's sharing other people's stuff that you think is cool, video games, music, and art and videos. I'm trying to post my YouTube shorts. I'm gonna skip this song. It's got a bunch of vocals. I can't talk over it. I'm trying to my YouTube shorts that I've been posting regularly. I'm gonna be posting those in the video channel here and sharing them. But feel free to share your guys' stuff as well. Share your vibe coded stuff. Nuclear just posted the gremlin feet picture to be a troll. That's pretty great. Yeah, share your vibe coded games. Like this guy Colonel was making. He's trying to recreate the editor from for the original Call of Duty games or something like that he specifically remembered. Yeah, feel free to share your vibe code stuff here. I should have another channel maybe for like vibe coded websites and products that aren't like game related or whatever, but that you guys still want to share. Like that one guy made like what Infernius is making today, and also like one guy was making a weather engine, which was crazy. That was hanging out. Yeah, the other thing in Discord, in my stream notice channel here, I have roles. If you react to these roles, this one's old and dead. I should hide this one. But this one still works. Stream notifications. If you react to this one, the emoji, you will get a ping. I don't add everyone more than once every like 2 weeks or like once a month in my Discord. I try to not use add everyone that often. But what I do is there is a bot setup that pings the stream notifications role every single time I go live. So if you react to that in the roles channel, you'll know for sure when I go live on the main channel. This does not ping when I go live on the second channel that I made, the secret one, even though it's not that secret, but let me link that. Oh, yeah. So when I go live, it pings here, the bot pings here, and then also I post my schedule on Monday. So my schedule is going to look the same for this next week. The time is weird. It's in my time. I might have, I know what I can do. I can have the timestamps in text down here with that thing that automatically adjusts to everybody's time zones in Discord. I'll do that on Monday. We're always thinking about how to improve it. But I'm going to do this. This is the schedule I did this week. We did this time slot like really late at night for me into the morning time in EU, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. And I did like a surprise stream on Tuesday during prime time on Twitch, which is evening time in EU, daytime for me. I think we're going to do the same schedule this week. So I'll have a daytime stream on Tuesday, you guys. I'll update it on Monday. I'll do a daytime stream on Tuesday. Yeah, I gotta chill out Sunday, Monday. I have job interviews this week. I have at least 2 job interviews already this week. So that's why I can't just stream nonstop. I'm starting to try to actually get another job. Finally. And also that's why we're doing this stream schedule, is because if I get a job, this stream schedule is sustainable for me going into getting a job. That's the idea why I'm trying to stick to these time slots with you guys. Because if I have to commute and all this stuff and come home and eat dinner, then the 9 p.m. my time is exactly when I'll be able to actually stream. So that's why it's such a wacky. It's literally the deadest time. I start the stream at the deadest time in this whole category. So I appreciate that we go 20 strong the whole time I'm streaming, even though it's like literally the most downtime possible for the software and game dev category. Yeah, so that's the schedule of the stream. So you guys, I will see me again on Tuesday, and you might see me earlier if you tune in to the new second channel. The second channel is where I am a bad streamer. This is the new second channel that I made. The second channel is, I treat it just like how I used to treat this channel when I first started. It's purely to like keep me accountable to get work done. And I'm not really going to be as like engaged with chat and stuff. I'm going to be doing a lot of art stuff actually this week on that channel. Like really slow, painful stuff like drawing the grass and the dirt and shit on the art for the characters, or erasing little tiny pixels on these characters. That's the kind of stuff I'm gonna be doing on that stream. And I'm trying to keep the main channel, this one, like, you know, a cool, engaging discussion. It's hype. We're talking about vibe coding the whole time, or yapping. We're yapping, and we're using a wall of clods to do a bunch of stuff on a bunch of different things on this channel. Whereas the other one is, I'm even video editing on the other channel, like literally editing the YouTube shorts for the YouTube. That's the type of stuff I'm doing on the second one. If you guys want to tune in, it's a way chiller vibe. Like I said, I'm a bad streamer. I'm not trying hard to be a good streamer on that channel. So I might be on that one outside of the main schedule that I post off and on. That one has no schedule. It's totally random. Anyways, so that's the recap of all the stuff. Is there anything else? Let me catch up on chat from you guys. Thanks for the feedback. No problem. Weather Engine. Yes, we had one random viewer. His name is Among the Couch 23. He is vibe coding a weather engine. It uses real-time data around the world. It's got like a globe that you spin around, and then you zoom in and see like what the cloud formations are like and stuff at different places in the world. It was kind of crazy. Wow, NVIDIA actually has APIs for weather, I believe. Interesting. What kind of jobs? Senior technical game designer. That's what I am eligible for. Yeah, I'll show you guys real quick. You want to see Job Hunter. So we use the power of vibe coding, make an app for filtering all the jobs. So I have profiles here: senior technical designer, software engineering, general software engineering. These should be merged. Machine learning for fun, even though I'm not eligible for it. I want to see what the jobs look like for it. But I'm trying to apply to, there's 192 here. Out of this, I would say probably like 20 of them or 30 of them are good. I have them listed here in my tracker, where I can set like status, applied, interviewing. And if I'm interviewing, I can set like the calendar date for stuff. So I've got this cool app that I'm using that I made. Yeah, I'm only applying for like senior game designer and senior technical designer at AAA, AA. I don't know how indie I'll go though. I'm at a point where I'm trying to aim for some more stability. Yeah. Friday night, thanks for streaming. Yep, no problem. Good luck with the interviews. Thanks. Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, when we return, you guys, the characters, we're gonna be working on getting the characters to be this thing to be even more awesome, And eventually, you'll be able to go through portals on the side and go to different zones and actually like fight mobs and stuff, and play this as if it's like Maple Story is the goal. At Indies, you need to apply to way more jobs, but I barely apply. Well, I mean, depends on what your life situation is, man. I'm at the point where I've messed around now for long enough. I have to get another job. I've done nothing but vibe code for 4 months straight. 4 whole months just being unemployed. Let me see if there's somebody worth rating right now that I might know. Ooh, okay. I rated Chura last night. Chura and August 16th are both streaming. I rated Chura last night, and I think I saw August 16th was lurking in the stream earlier today. So I'm gonna rate him. He is working on a really cool indie game in Unreal. They're both working on cool indie games in Unreal. He's looking at C++ land.
Ad break incoming.
Gotta do a rate my game design document stream. Is that what you mean by GD? We'll wait till after the ad break to raid, I guess. Or maybe I could raid before. No, we'll wait. We'll give it another ad break of invasion or whatever. Whatever happens, let's see if we get the party or if we get the invasion. Rate your game design document stream. I don't want to rate a design document. Design documents are boring. Like to read a big wall of text. I do want to do a stream where we play vibe coded games. So if people have vibe coded games, I'm thinking about doing that like bi-weekly, like every 2 weeks. We have a time block in like the Friday stream where we play people's vibe coded games. That's what I'm thinking. I think we could alternate. We'll have like a time block on the Friday streams where we review vibe coded games and a time block where we review apps. Like random apps like the weather engine and the, like what Infernius just showed us, like that type of stuff. Stuff that isn't game related but still vibed. Here's what I'll make it. You haven't vibe coded a game yet? Just a game director app? What does that do? Like game director simulator? Oh, we got the party. Guys, look at the party. The cheer emote works now. And then we got to get people dancing. And we got to get people eating and drinking. Well, actually, the dancing we're going to have separate. We're going to make a dance party event on one of the ad breaks. Like a disco ball is going to come down. And then the characters are going to take turns having like a dance off in the middle. And then they're going to go out. And there's going to be a whole audience like cheering and like on repeat and like watching people dance. It's going to be pretty good. This is the feast event. Look, your guy holding a beer. Game Director Simulator, mass layoffs to everyone. Somebody's going to make a meme of that soon. Oh my God. Somebody's totally going to make a meme game of that. Oh, that'll be amazing. Maybe we should make that. Built a card game sim for a 20-year-old card game. If it's playable, I'll play it, dude. No, not that. Obviously, the game plan, feasibility, core loop, game design document, pre-production, social media posts, store assets. That's totally something we could review in the app review day that I was talking about. That falls under app review rather than a vibe coded game. But if you want, we could review that on stream with the chat on app review day. We have to figure that out. App review day is gonna be cool too because the app review we can turn into a good YouTube video for people to go back and watch. There's a bunch more, but it's too much to type. Oh my God. I got like a third wind. I just woke up. I was passing out earlier. Damn it. We'll still raid August 16th, you guys. We'll send it. I could fall. Guy. Pass me. Bad complex interaction too much? Yes. All the edge case interactions with card games actually get really crazy to program. There's a lot of hard-coded bullshit in a game like the dude, I can't imagine the programming headaches that happened for the Yu-Gi-Oh digital games, dude. I bet they were a massive task. All right, guys, we're gonna raid August 16th. He's doing some C++ and Unreal. I will see most of you guys Tuesday, and for those of you that followed the work channel, you might see me on Monday.